Translator born to be. Long Chen and the others were shocked. Just who had arrived that was able to disturb even the emperor and make him use such a respectful tone? The disciples of the elusive music Immortal Palace greet His Majesty of the Grand Zia. Suddenly, a voice like immortal music rang out. Just this voice was able to make others feel an artistic feeling. Each word contained an implicit charm of the cry of the heavenly Taos. Hearing it made people feel at peace. So it's disciples from the Immortal Palace, no wonder. Please, come into the palace hall and we can catch up. Zia Yuyang's voice rang out, causing all the people's expressions to change. Even the Grand Zia's emperor would take the initiative to receive mere disciples. What was going on? Han Wenjun and Zia Yunchang were no exceptions to being shocked. But after being shocked, they were delighted. The elusive music Immortal Palace was a power that had the inheritance of a true immortal. Each of their disciples was incredibly powerful, and most importantly, they all had an immortal charm around them. Even the movements of their hands could contain the flow of the heavenly Taos. Most importantly, their music Tao was similar to the wine god palace's wine Tao. It was something cultivators longed for in their dreams. That was why hearing that they came from the elusive music Immortal Palace shocked and delighted all these people. Why would such people come to the Grand Zia? I wouldn't dare. I only came because I heard the sound of music. If I've offended you, please forgive me, replied a woman's voice. For it to be a chance meeting is fate. It just so happens that the youth of my Grand Zia and the Grand Han are having a cultural exchange right now. I would be delighted if Fairy could come up to the Heavenly Cloud platform and give them some pointers, said Zia Yuyang. I wouldn't dare to say I could give pointers, but I do want to experience the skills of the youth of the Grand Zia and Grand Han, said that woman. Please go ahead. Suddenly, the Heavenly Cloud platform shook, and over 10 beautiful figures appeared on it. These women all wore white dresses and were extremely beautiful. They were like people who had walked out of a painting. Their appearance caused the entire Heavenly Cloud platform to be filled with a sacred light. The ambience completely transformed. They're so beautiful. Zia Yuluo looked at them enviously. These women possessed a special charm that made others feel like they couldn't touch them due to their own inferiority. The woman at the front was especially beautiful. A faint halo of light covered her body. She was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, making people have an urge to kneel before her. Long Chen, why did you put on a hat? Zia Yuluo suddenly saw Long Chen had stealthily taken out a hat that blocked his face. SHH, I know that person. She likes me and has been pursuing me for a long time, but I'd rather die than accept. I even fled to the Grand Zia, but she followed me here. Come in front of me a bit so she doesn't recognize me, whispered Long Chen. He knew her. She was the one he had encountered in the Eastern Wasteland, the disciple of the elusive music Immortal Palace, Zai Yan. She had been the one to send Long Chen the photographic Jade. But he continued to have a strange feeling about her. Talking with her was difficult. It felt like he was an irredeemably wicked villain, while she was a pure-hearted, kind fairy who was constantly trying to enlighten him. Although the two of them could count as friends, Long Chen was afraid of having her continue trying to enlighten him. It was better to just quietly watch. Zia Yuluo glared at Long Chen, not believing him. The elusive music Immortal Palace's disciples all cultivated the Tao, and they were not permitted to have a male and female relationship. How could she possibly be pursuing him to this point? That was clearly nonsense. Zia Yuluo was just about to take Long Chen's hat off and tell him not to mess around when Zai Yan spoke. Bowing slightly toward them, she said, "This junior is Zai Yan, one of the elusive music Immortal Palace's disciples. The reason I came to the Grand Zia today was originally to pay my respect to the Wine God Palace, but I was drawn over by the music here, so please forgive me for my sudden intrusion. You're too courteous. For you to flatter my Grand Zia by coming here is a blessing for us. Please sit." As the host, Zia Yunfeng hastily arranged things for them. Everyone quickly opened up a space for them. Whether it was the experts from the Grand Han or the Grand Zia, they all stared at Zai Yan and the others with reverence. They could sense the energy of the heavenly Taos around them. It was like they had come from the heavens. Everyone's so polite. I came because I heard some music from here, and after finishing some business, I wanted to see if there was perhaps fate between us. Can I know who was the one playing the zither back then? Asked Zai Yan. It was this junior. I've caused the elusive music Immortal Palace's fairies to laugh at my poor skills. The zither-playing woman walked forward with an unnatural expression. Although she claimed to be proficient in the music Tao, She knew that she had no right to be compared with the elusive music immortal palace's disciples. Seeing Xuanhuan and the others looking like goddesses from the heavens, she was both envious and worshipful. Her gaze was very complicated. Sister, you're too courteous. Amongst 100 people there will be 100 different kinds of music. The sound of the zither reflects the heart, and since each person's experiences and comprehension are different, the same song can be played with different flavors. Each art has its own possibilities, and each person's Tao is different. There is no high or low, vulgar or refined. In the eastern wasteland, I once learned many things from a certain person. Since then, I've found great pleasure in all kinds of music Tao. Each musician's style represents different lives, and they are all worth learning and experiencing. Xuanhuan smiled at the woman. Her voice was like heavenly music, and it was both graceful and amicable. She seemed to be a mix of immortal and mortal, making people feel like they were dreaming. Long Chen stealthily peeked at Xuanhuan from the crowd. He couldn't help being shocked. Xuanhuan had actually reached an extremely terrifying realm. Although she hadn't released her aura, Long Chen sensed some kind of incredibly powerful energy from her. This energy was boundless. It was like Xuanhuan was a terrifying controller of heaven and earth's fate. It gave Long Chen a feeling like he couldn't possibly defeat her. Although that energy within her was silent, making it so he couldn't estimate her power, just by using the sharp senses of the 9-star Hegemon body art, he felt that he was not her match. Your words honor me. They are truly food for thought, and millions of times better than the filthy speech that comes out of an unbearably coarse fellow. The woman bowed towards Xuanhuan, but her eyes were looking at a certain figure in the crowd. She was intentionally trying to use Xuanhuan's evaluation to counterattack Long Chen. The elusive music immortal palace's disciples stood at the pinnacle of the music Tao. Even such a figure hadn't called her music trash, so how could Long Chen be qualified to do so? Xuanhuan was startled. She immediately followed that woman's gaze and her beautiful eyes brightened. In a pleasantly surprised tone, she said, Long Chen, why are you here? For Xuanhuan to call out Long Chen's name shocked everyone. They looked at Long Chen with disbelief. Xia Yuluo was especially shocked. Did this mean that Long Chen hadn't been talking nonsense just now? Damn it, she still recognized me. To be able to recognize me with just a glance, I suppose it simply means that I, Long Chen, am an exceptionally outstanding crane amongst a flock of chickens. Since he was exposed, Long Chen took off his hat and smiled toward Xuanhuan. After parting in the eastern wasteland, Lady Xuanhuan has become even more beautiful. Your beauty and cultivation base advance with each passing day. Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan with a smile. It went without saying that Xuanhuan was already a fairy-like beauty, but now the immortal charm around her had grown even denser, making it very similar to Meng Qi's heir. But Meng Qi's immortal charm was innate, while Xuanhuan's immortal charm was through cultivation. Their heirs were truly similar, but in Long Chen's eyes when it came to beauty, Meng Qi still beat her by a level. Perhaps that was because she was his future wife, and he felt his wife to be prettier. Xuanhuan didn't express any surprise at Long Chen's amicable smile. Instead, she acted familiarly with him, saying, after parting in the eastern wasteland, Brother Long's grace is the same as ever. It truly makes a person sigh. But of course, the passing years are like a blade cutting at heavenly geniuses. Time can change my appearance, but it cannot change my heart. Or to put it in a simpler way, when it comes to my character, it's like a blind person trying to see. It's hopeless, said Long Chen helplessly. Seeing Long Chen and Xuanhuan smiling and talking shocked everyone watching. Xuanhuan was like an emissary from the heavens, making them all become reserved, afraid that they might offend her. But Long Chen was still acting the same. That sloppy appearance of his, when combined with Xuanhuan's immortal charm, caused them to feel like a fairy had been forced to fall into the mundane world. Ah, sorry, I've been rude. I met Long Chen in the eastern wasteland by chance. The person I was talking about from before was him. Big sister, what you said before, there was someone who criticized your playing. You couldn't be talking about Long Chen, could you? I want to hear what kind of evaluation he had for you as well, said Xuanhuan expectantly. The woman immediately became dumbfounded. From all appearances, it seemed Xuanhuan deeply respected Long Chen, almost like they were companions. Hence, she had no idea how to reply. It was nothing. This sister's music was not bad and can even be praised as somewhat innovative. It was quite creative to combine the great wasteland Western scripture's supreme senses chapter with the divine sealing soul calming song, said Long Chen, rather than mentioning the flaws he had mentioned before. After all, pointing at a woman while scolding her was beneath his dignity. The woman's resentment toward him faded a great deal upon hearing this. Long Chen was giving her face. Oh, the Great Wasteland Western Scripture's Supreme Senses chapter is exceptionally profound. Although only an incomplete remnant remains, it's still able to greatly benefit others. Each word of it is a cryptic gem. Combining it with the divine sealing soul-calming song would be extremely difficult. If the singer's vocal range was not great enough, it would make the words sluggish and unable to maintain a full richness. It might even harm the soul. For Big Sister to be able to combine them is truly an amazing thing, praised Xuanhuan. The woman had an urge to prostrate herself toward Xuanhuan. Even ignoring her great experience, just this magnanimity was something she could only look up to. Thinking of how she had intentionally provoked Long Chen due to someone else's orders, she felt ashamed. Miss Xuanhuan, since you've come, why don't you play a song as well? If you did, I would weep tears of joy, said Long Chen with a smile. Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Since Brother Long has put it this way, I wouldn't dare to refuse. How about this? I will embarrass myself and play the song that Big Sister has just played. Everyone, please reflect over it carefully. Xuanhuan flew onto the stage. With a wave of her hand, an ancient zither appeared before her. Chapter 1198, once more going to the Wine God Palace. Translator, born to be. The zither was 2.5 meters long, with the head of a dragon and body of a phoenix. It was unknown what wood it was made of, but the veined patterns on it almost looked like scales. A simple, ancient aura shot out of it. Everyone hastily sat down properly, eagerly awaiting Xuanhuan's playing. Long Chen, do you really know this divine fairy? Is she really pursuing you? Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen with a look of disappointment. Foolish girl, are you still a child? You'll believe everything that anyone says. Yes, I know her, but she's from the elusive music immortal palace, and they're not allowed to have personal relationships. For you to believe such nonsense, are you a fool? Long Chen couldn't help being speechless upon seeing Xia Yuluo's completely serious expression. This child's intelligence was gravely lacking. Hee, so that's what it was. Wait, you're the fool. Xia Yuluo rapped Long Chen with a giggle. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan spread her hands, and her long fingers began to gently strum the zither strings. Deep sounds reverberated throughout the air. The song she was playing was the same. But while the woman's playing had been diffused and light, this sound was heavy, directly entering the depths of people's hearts and even their souls. Long Chen smiled faintly. This was the true peak of the music Tao, to use one's heart to connect to the heavenly Taos, to have one's music reflect one's thoughts and feelings. It was like falling into a deep pool with incredibly clear water, without the slightest of impurities. As the zither music played, they were all drawn into another world. They felt like they were sitting in space. Stars flowed around them as they quietly watched the workings of the cosmos. Primal chaos split at the beginning, Yang formed the heavens, Yin formed the earth, Yin and Yang divided, heaven and earth facing. A beautiful voice suddenly appeared within that space, penetrating deep into their souls. It was like heaven and earth were chanting, as if gods were murmuring. In that instant, Long Chen saw the beginning of the world. First, there was nothing but primal chaos. Then Yin and Yang divided, heaven and earth were born, the world began to revolve, and the stars began to shine through the sky. What a deep artistic realm. She's actually able to use the music Tao to manifest the scripture. This manifestation is the closest to the original creator's artistic realm. Regretfully, the Supreme Senses chapter is far too damaged, or she really might have been able to use the music Tao to restore it to its original state. Xia Yuyang was sitting in a grand palace with the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder's turbid eyes were looking outside the palace. This girl is probably the future successor of the elusive music immortal palace. She has already reached the realm of being one with the Tao. That is the appearance of an Empyrean. Xia Yuyang nodded. He sighed. Empyreans are the true favorites of heaven and earth, the future masters of the world. Regretfully, my grand Xia's karmic luck isn't enough to give birth to an Empyrean. Just as the two of them were sighing emotionally in the palace, on top of the heavenly cloud platform, Xuanhuan pressed her hands against the zither, and her singing came to a stop. Everyone was still caught up in a kind of heavenly Tao realm. Long Chen was the first to start clapping. Xuanhuan's zither arts had already reached a divine realm of perfection. Long Chen truly prostrated himself toward her in admiration. This zither music on the heavenly cloud platform can only exist above the heavens, here in the clouds and wind. The human world can only occasionally hear such a thing, praised Long Chen. Only then did everyone recover. Xia Yuluo felt even more admiration for Long Chen due to his ability to flatter someone so eloquently. I don't dare accept such words. Brother Long, for you to praise me like this, can you please give me some pointers? Said Ziyan. I can't because there's no point as there are no faults. And since we're so familiar with each other, I'm afraid that if I continuously praise you, you'll get embarrassed, said Long Chen. This singing and zither playing was truly flawless. Let alone an amateur like Long Chen, even another expert in the music Dao wouldn't be able to pick out a flaw. Han Wenjun also went up to say a few courteous words. He wanted to say something that would display his own cultured and artistic skills, but when he opened his mouth, he had no idea what to say. Because Long Chen had taken the lead, it made all the other words of praise sound tasteless. On the other hand, Xia Yuluo, who was innately pure-hearted and also worshipped Ziyan, held her hand and began to incessantly chatter. There were several times when Xia Yunfeng gave her a look for her to take note of etiquette, but she didn't even look at him. Big sister, how about you come and stay at my home tonight? Let me tell you, Long Chen has many fine wines, all of which he swindled from the wine god palace. I'll treat you to some. Xia Yuluo was full of worship for the practically divine Ziyan, and her mouth also became unguarded, causing her to say anything and everything. Long Chen raged, "You foolish girl, what are you saying? How can you say it was swindling? Furthermore, don't you have some as well? If you're going to treat someone, why force others to be the generous ones? HMPH, just look at how stingy you are. Big sister Ziyan, come stay here. I'll give you my own wine to drink." Xia Yuluo had yet to let go of Ziyan's hand. "Thank you, little sister. It just so happens that it's getting late, and for you to take me in naturally makes me endlessly grateful. How could I refuse?" Ziyan smiled. Xia Yuluo was delighted to see Ziyan really agree. Xia Yunchang immediately had someone go prepare rooms for the elusive music immortal palace's disciples to live in the Grand Xia's imperial palace was an immense honor to the Grand Xia. That was because the elusive music immortal palace's position in the cultivation world was just that high. "Long Chen, I'm going to the wine god palace tomorrow to pay my respects to the high priest. Do you want to come as well?" asked Ziyan suddenly. "Definitely. I've always wanted to pay my respects to the high priest, but I heard he doesn't like being disturbed by others, so I never had a chance." Long Chen was delighted. The high priest was the master of the wine god palace. He was claimed to be an apostle of the wine god sent to spread his glory. He was an extremely mysterious existence. There was another banquet when the sky darkened, but Ziyan refused Xia Yunchang's invitation and did not attend. Instead, it was Xia Yuluo who had pulled her away. Most likely, she had gone to show off her battle spoils from the wine god palace. The night banquet ended with an extremely calm atmosphere. The next morning, Long Chen received Ziyan's invitation to go to the wine god palace. Not only were Long Chen and Ziyan going, but Xia Yuluo, Xia Yunchang, Han Wenjun, and Li Wanji were also coming with them. When the six of them burned incense in front of the wine god's image, nothing happened with the others, but the incense sticks that Long Chen lit once more turned to ash instantly, shocking the others. "Everyone, please come in. The high priest is already waiting for you in the divine hall." The disciple in charge of greeting guests led the way. Everyone followed him into the wine god palace. Ziyan was the lead this time. The others were only accompanying her. It had to be known that the high priest was not someone that just anyone could see. Even the emperor himself couldn't see him whenever he wished. The Grand Xia's emperor had held power for many years, but he had only seen the high priest once. Others didn't even have the qualification. Because Ziyan was a disciple of the elusive music immortal palace, she had already sent a greeting many days ago and gained permission to see the high priest. Long Chen and the others were just profiting off her. Originally, Xia Yunfeng and the other princes had also wanted to come, but they hadn't succeeded. If too many people went, it would be too impolite. So there were 2 from the Grand Xia, 2 from the Grand Han. Adding on Long Chen as well as the host, Ziyan, there were already quite a few people. If any more came, it would appear that they were lacking respect for the high priest. The path they were taking was the same small path that Long Chen and Xia Yuluo had taken before. It stripped them of their cultivation base. They slowly followed it through a winding forest. The wine god palace truly is a wonderland within the human world. The secluded and winding path, the small pavilions hidden in the mountains, it's almost similar to my Grand Han's hidden immortal island, praised Han Wenjun as he looked at the surrounding scenery. Long Chen sneered inside. This was truly shameless. Long Chen looked at Han Wenjun acting like a refined scholar without saying anything. But Xia Yuncheng couldn't help but open his mouth. Prince Wenjun's comparison is a bit off. The Wine God Palace has a true god's inheritance, while your hidden immortal island only has a few myths circulating around it. It seems the difference between them is too great to compare. The Grand Han's hidden immortal island was nothing more than an island with beautiful scenery. In order to make the island more famous, they had fabricated a mass of contrived divine stories involving it. Then they had made a few ancient relics on the island. Then, looking over the entire Martial Heaven continent, they had picked out famous figures and tossed a few traces of those figures on the island. They would cry, "Look, that grand figure actually came from my Grand Han." They had no foundation, so they randomly made up whatever they wanted. That greatly dissatisfied the Grand Xia, which was why Xia Yuncheng couldn't help but retort. All those myths happened too long ago, and there's no way to confirm them. We can't say with absolute certainty that there was no true immortal on Hidden Immortal Island, so it's too early for you to say that. Furthermore, I only said that the scenery was similar. Brother Yuncheng misconstrued my words. Although he couldn't match Long Chen, that didn't represent that Han Wenjun didn't know how to quibble. When comparing eloquence, Long Chen could make Han Wenjun choke with a single sentence, and Han Wenjun had the same ability when it came to Xia Yuncheng. Xia Yuncheng had no way to retort. "Esteemed guest has returned. Please accept this bow from this disciple." When they reached the first pavilion, the man from back then was standing in front of it and bowed toward Long Chen. That made everyone jump. What was going on? Since when did the Wine God Palace's disciples bow to others? Long Chen hastily raised him and bitterly smiled. They were all grand figures with the ability to shake heaven and earth, while he was just a swindler. Last time he hadn't known about the origins of the Wine God Palace's disciples. When he had learned about it, he had begun to coldly sweat. "I really don't dare to accept such a thing," said Long Chen humbly. Disciple came to a sudden comprehension due to your pointers. The shackles on my heart were broken, and the clouds and dust were swept away. I've been waiting every day for you to return so that Disciple can thank you. Within the next few days, Disciple will be going on a journey of enlightenment, so esteemed guest's arrival has fulfilled Disciple's desire," said the Wine God Palace's disciple. He once more bowed respectfully toward Long Chen and vanished from their sight. Other than Xia Yuluo, the others had no idea what was going on. What kind of joke was this? The Wine God Palace's disciples were all incomparably prideful people. For them to bow toward a youth and even call themselves disciple had this world gone insane. Even Zai Yan was no exception. A bright light shone in her eyes when she looked at Long Chen, making him feel embarrassed. He said, "In truth, it was just a coincidence. I don't know what random thing I spouted, but this senior managed to enlighten himself through it. It was just his fortune and had nothing to do with me." They continued onward. As a result, people continued to come out of the pavilions they passed to say their regards to Long Chen, making them speechless. Was Long Chen's relationship with other people really so good? "Damn brat, you finally returned. Get over here, let's fight another 300 bouts." Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in front of them, causing them to jump in shock. Chapter 1199 Personally Writ. Translator Born to Be. This person was over 2 meters tall. His hair fell to his shoulders, and his fierce-looking face looked like it was made of copper or bronze. An ominous glint was present within his eyes, making him seem like a demon blocking their path. None of his aura was leaking out, but his eyes were as sharp as blades. Their scalps turned numb just from being stared at by him. Han Wenjun, Li Wanji, and Xia Yuncheng were all appalled. They recognized this person to be a legendary figure who had once shaken the majority of the continent, the fierce Yang Butcher Tu Qiansheng. "Damn fatty, do you have to frighten people like this? Today, I'm accompanying my friend to see the high priest, so wash your neck and wait for me. I'll crush you till you don't have any fingers left." Long Chen extended a fist confidently. Xia Yuncheng's soul almost fled in terror, and his face turned green. Did Long Chen not want his life any longer? As expected, Tu Qiansheng furiously frowned, and he also extended a fist at Long Chen, saying, "Fine, I'll wait for you to return. I don't believe I can't beat you. Uncle Fatty, last time you lost so miserably. Are you going to get revenge this time?" In front of this terrifying, demon-like Tu Qiansheng, Xia Yuluo wasn't the slightest bit afraid, and she even giggled. This Tu Qiansheng wasn't scary. The true terror had come when Long Chen and Tu Qiansheng had started drinking. At that time, they had begun furiously cursing each other. His current appearance was actually his friendly one. Tu Qiansheng raged, "Damn girl, do you know how to speak? What are you talking about? What miserable losses? He's a guest and a child, so I naturally had to let him win a few. Hurry up and go so you can come back. This time I'm going to wipe out all my losses." Tu Qiansheng's final words ended up confirming Xia Yuluo's words. Tu Qiansheng had been defeated last time, and he refused to accept that. Walking past Tu Qiansheng's area, they followed the Wine God Palace's welcoming disciple forward. "Long Chen, you beat that terrifying fellow. How did you do it?" Xia Yuncheng couldn't help but ask. "It's not like what you're thinking. We were playing a finger-guessing drinking game. He couldn't beat me, and as soon as he lost, he began to curse me. When I get cursed, I cursed back, and he couldn't beat me in cursing either. Now he's looking to be beaten again." Long Chen shook his head. "Are you not afraid of him?" Xia Yuncheng was shocked. "Afraid of what? He's now a disciple of the Wine God Palace, and he's long since exchanged his butcher's blade for a wine barrel. He doesn't dare hit me. So he couldn't beat me in the finger-guessing game, he couldn't beat me in cursing, and he doesn't dare hit me. Didn't you see his furious expression just now? It's because he has no way to beat me. In truth, he should be thanking me. Rather than spending all day making wine, I can accompany him with some games, some drinking, and some cursing. Think about how great such a life is. He should be very grateful to me," said Long Chen with a laugh. Xia Yuluo giggled. "Big brother Long Chen is very evil. That Uncle Fatty lost to him so badly that I couldn't even keep watching. In the end, Big brother Long Chen was so shameless as to even demand wine from him, and he cursed him when he didn't give it to him. The two of them both cursed each other fiercely. But in the end, Uncle Fatty still gave the wine to Big brother Long Chen. That's why I feel that Big brother Long Chen is eviler and fiercer than Uncle Fatty." "Ungrateful person who forgets kindness, spit out all my wine," demanded Long Chen frostily. "Put out your hand and I'll spit it out." Xia Yuluo stuck out her tongue at him and made a vomiting motion. "Yuluo, pay attention to your manners. You are a princess." Xia Yuncheng pulled on Xia Yuluo. How had this child turned so foolish as to make such an improper action? Ziyan smiled slightly. "Long Chen is someone who likes to act naturally without caring about trifles, and Sister Yuluo is also very good. You're kind and pure, so being casual is fine." "Oh, big sister Ziyan overpraises me." Xia Yuluo was incredibly excited to receive Ziyan's praise. Han Wenjin and Li Wanji exchanged a glance, both seeing the anger in the other's eyes. The two of them were like shadows, completely ignored. However, their main goal in coming to the Grand Xia this time was to curry favor with the Wine God Palace. They had no choice but to follow them. As the welcoming disciple led the way, they crossed a large mountain, arriving in a flat land with a palace built on top of it. "Please go inside." The welcoming disciple only led them to the gate before stopping and expressing that they could enter. Entering, the first thing they saw was a folding screen. There was a poem written on top of it. "Wine contains the great universe, the pot contains the passing of time. All things are in motion, freely changing. Clear wine is tasteless like water, turbid wine is dense like soup. Primal chaos devolves into clearness and turbidness. 100 flavors brew within the sky. Wine allows one to escape the pathless chase of fame and fortune. To become intoxicated is to dream of 10,000 dows, to wake is to see the world." This poem was written using immortal characters. The strokes of the characters never paused, making the poem look like it had been written in one go. It looked a bit messy and also carefree. It was like it had been written to vent emotions. It was as if a master calligrapher had gotten drunk and written it without any care for tidiness. It was confident and easy, and contained its own Tao charm. Ziyan and the others stood in front of the screen and were lost in thought as they looked over the words. Whether it was the actual words or the calligraphy, they all contained boundless Tao charm. If they could comprehend the profundities within it, it would benefit them for a lifetime. This is a kind of peak realm and also an artistic realm. A flash of emotion and insight from the writer made them use this rapid and carefree method to express their comprehension. This kind of wisdom, this magical power, praised Han Wenjun as he examined the writing. It was unknown whether he was doing it intentionally, but his huge mass of praise made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Did he really have no shame? Even if he had to give praise, he should base it on the facts. The way Han Wenjun put it, it seemed like these words could bring the dead back to life. "You flatter me." As expected of the Grand Han's Prince, this imaginative power and brilliance with words are admirable. I wonder if the other friends can appraise this old man's scribble. An ancient voice rang out from within the palace. Everyone was shocked. For this person to be speaking from within the palace, it had to be the high priest. It was unexpected that this poem had been personally written by the high priest. Senior's calligraphy is carefree and uninhibited. The bold strokes are like coiling dragons expressing their own transcendent wills, said Li Wanji. Following Han Wenjun, Li Wanji also began to overflow with praise, making Long Chen speechless. The high priest's voice rang out, "This old man's calligraphy is very unskilled. For young friend to praise me like this makes me blush with shame. Do the other friends have anything to say? Please, don't be constrained." The high priest's voice was extremely kind and peaceful. He didn't have any of the domineering air of a peerless expert. He seemed more like a kind elder. "This little one doesn't understand calligraphy, but within the words, I can sense a boundless and majestic artistic realm. It's very beneficial to my cultivation, so Senior's divine masterpiece has already greatly benefited me," said Zia Yunchang respectfully. "Young friend cultivates the undefeatable Tao, which requires paying particular attention to the heart. To keep a heart worry-free is very difficult," said the high priest. Long Chen Zia Yuliwo was a bit nervous. "It's fine, worst case just say a bunch of nonsense. The high priest is a very nice person, he won't kill you." Long Chen smiled at the pale Zia Yuliwo. Now even Zai Yan was speechless. Long Chen really did dare to say anything. Did he not know how to judge the situation first? "Haha, young friend, don't be nervous. You can say whatever you want," laughed the high priest. "Then I'll tell you the truth. I didn't feel anything. I don't even recognize most of these characters," said Zia Yuliwo embarrassedly. "Haha, good. It's rare to have someone be so frank. If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you don't know. Considering the vastness of the world, who could possibly know everything?" laughed the high priest, sounding surprisingly happy. "Many thanks, Grandpa High Priest," said Zia Yuliwo happily, being so intimate as to even change the way she called the high priest from senior to grandpa. But Zia Yuliwo did look cute, especially when she wasn't being obstinate. She looked like a pure child who naturally had no schemes. "The elusive music immortal palace's distinguished disciple, do you have any comments on my scribbling?" The high priest's tone was clearly different when it came toward Zai Yan. It actually had the feeling of him speaking to someone of the same generation. Using the wine Dao to approach the heavenly Daos, attempting to break through, Zai Yan softly opened her mouth and only said a few words. "Truly worthy of being a genius of the elusive music immortal palace, you even managed to see through my realm." The high priest seemed to greatly appreciate Zai Yan's comment. "Young friend Long Chen, last time you came, I was in seclusion so we had no opportunity to meet. It was truly regretful, but I heard that you managed to plunder everything from my wine god palace's disciples. This ability fills me with admiration." Now the high priest's voice contained a joking tone. Long Chen immediately felt like his face was burning. It was as though he had tricked a child of their lollipop, and now their family head had come to ask what had happened. He awkwardly said, "Cough, in truth, it was just a social exchange." Yes, a social exchange. Long Chen wouldn't admit to something like swindling people even if he was beaten to death. That was his strongest point. "Haha, it was just a joke. I wonder if young friend can give me some comments about my scribblings," said the high priest. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and said, "Other than wine, there is nothing else." When Zai Yan heard this, she became lost in thought. When she looked at those words once more, a flash of insight appeared in her eyes, and her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. "Other than wine, there is nothing else. Haha, other than wine, there is nothing else." The high priest laughed delightedly. The screen slowly moved away, revealing a bricked path. The bricks were so old that they were gray and covered in fine cracks. Behind the screen was a statue. It was around the same size as a real person. It depicted a man holding a wine pot in one hand and a wine cup in another, drinking without restraint. A tranquil and peaceful light shone in his eyes, along with divine light. Once they approached the statue, Zai Yan, Zia Yuncheng, Han Wenjun, and the others all involuntarily knelt on the ground, dumbfounding Long Chen. Chapter 1200 The High Priest. Translator Born to Be. "Damn it, why do we have to kneel? I'm not used to that." Looking at everyone else kowtowing to the statue devoutly, Long Chen couldn't help being stupefied. He was too conspicuous now as the only one standing. He knew this was the wine god's statue, a symbol of the wine god's inheritance, as well as representing the wine god's Tao. Kneeling toward it was to display their respect to the god. This wasn't a form of surrender but simply etiquette. However, for a long time now, Long Chen hadn't been able to force himself to kneel. But with everyone else kneeling, standing would make Long Chen appear rude. Long Chen repeatedly told himself that this was just a kind of etiquette, no different than a bow. He had only just managed to bend his knees when the high priest's voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, come in. The wine has already been prepared, so I'd like to invite you to try it." "Thank you, high priest. You're really handsome, graceful, and smart. Don't worry, I definitely won't swindle you of your wine." Long Chen was delighted to be able to dispense with the kneeling etiquette. Everyone only got up now, but seeing Long Chen, their expressions became odd. The reason why they had knelt was because they had had no choice but to do so. They hadn't been able to stop themselves. It had come from a reverence in their souls toward a god, and only by kneeling could they calm themselves. "Long Chen, how brazen. Even the wine god isn't worthy of you kneeling." Han Wenjun directly insulted Long Chen upon seeing that he refused to kneel to the wine god's statue. He hoped to get the high priest to expel him. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at Han Wenjun. He was truly a petty little person. What kind of crappy prince was he? Ziyan looked at Long Chen in shock. She wasn't jealous, she simply wanted to know how Long Chen could ignore a god's divine might. Was he really so arrogant that he could even ignore a god? They quickly advanced forward after hearing the high priest's summoning. They had only just left the statue when crack! The statue suddenly became covered in fine cracks. The cracks were very tiny, and the sound was also very light. With their cultivation bases stripped, they ended up not sensing it. In truth, the instant Long Chen had started to bend his knees, the statue had quivered ever so slightly. And it was also in that instant that the high priest summoned them in. Once they were inside the main hall of the palace, they saw a kind-looking old man with long white hair sitting and smiling toward them. "Disciple greets the high priest." They all hastily bowed. This high priest was the one with the highest authority in the wine god palace. They all felt respect for him. "There's no need to be so courteous. Please sit." The high priest pointed toward the mats in front of him. From left to right, Ziyan, Long Chen, Zia Yuluo, Zia Yuncheng, Han Wenjun, and Li Wanji sat down on the mats, looking at the high priest before them. The high priest looked like a very ordinary elder. No one could sense any cultivation base from him. He wore simple hemp robes and had a cane by his side. It looked to be made out of ordinary wood and was not a martial weapon. Sitting in front of the high priest made them all feel exceptionally peaceful. They could be natural and familiar with him without constraining themselves. "It's been a long time since I've spoken with guests. Today I was lucky enough to speak so much with youngsters. It feels like I've even grown younger." The high priest smiled. "Grandpa High Priest, you're not old at all." The frank and outspoken Zia Yuluo directly comforted him. "If you turn Grandpa to Big Brother, he really won't seem old at all." Long Chen smiled slightly, but his expression quickly stiffened. He didn't know why, but the words he had only been thinking inside had popped right out of his mouth. He looked in shock at the high priest. Just what kind of ability was this? "Long Chen, don't be rude." Ziyan glanced at Long Chen. He was going too far to even dare to joke at the expense of the high priest. The others were too stunned to even react to that. "Ha ha ha," the high priest laughed. "It's fine. Youngsters should act like youngsters. Otherwise, by the time you reach my age, you'll regret being too cautious in your youth." Long Chen was embarrassed, as well as apprehensive. The high priest was probably even more terrifying than he had imagined. He wasn't even able to be duplicitous in front of him. Disciple Ziyan pays her respects to the high priest. "I beg the high priest for his guidance," said Ziyan respectfully. "This old man has nothing to teach you. The only thing I can do is give you a few jugs of old wine." The high priest shook his head. A jug suddenly appeared in his hand, and he poured a bowl of wine in front of each of them, gesturing for them to drink. Long Chen raised his bowl. He found that the wine seemed to be extremely turbid, but a careful examination shockingly revealed that the turbid entities were actually runes. The wine actually had runes within it. All its energy had been locked into the runes, and when the wine was swallowed, the runes instantly dissolved, their energy crashing throughout the drinker's entire body. Buzz, everyone's bodies began to glow. Heaven and earth's energy surged rapidly toward them, whirling around. But there was one exception. That was Long Chen. Long Chen felt the runes dashing throughout his body, constantly nourishing it. All his pores were opened as if to drink in heaven and earth's energy. But that energy ignored him. It entered his body and then exited it, flying toward the other 5. It was like there were 6 hungry hatchlings begging for food. The others were all fed but not Long Chen. This is a wine I made in the prime of my life. It is able to connect to heaven and earth's energy to temper the body. Here, try the second wine. The high priest poured another bowl of wine for them, but this wine was completely clear. It would be assumed to be water if it weren't for the fragrance coming from it. Entering their stomachs, the wine energy slowly spread throughout their bodies. Compared to the previously fierce torrent of energy, this second wine was more gentle and mellow, leaving behind a rich aftertaste. Long Chen wasn't able to sense the heavenly Tao energy, but he saw Zai Yan and the others had content and relaxed expressions. They were clearly in a special state. Long Chen couldn't help but bitterly smile inside. It seemed he had come for nothing this time. These final wines seemed to have no affinity with him. This is the third wine. It is something new I've been developing over the past few years. Please, have a taste. Long Chen raised the third bowl. When he drank it, he couldn't help being dumbfounded. How was this wine? It was clearly water. Not only was Long Chen dumbfounded, Zai Yan and the others also did not comprehend. They clearly also felt like they had just drunk water, but comprehension suddenly flashed within Zai Yan's eyes. Many thanks for High Priest's pointers. The starting point is also the end point. Rebirth, breaking out of the cocoon, leaping onto a new track in pursuit of higher points. Zai Yan respectfully bowed toward the High Priest. The true Tao is the peak of simplicity. It can be found in the curving of a square into a circle, in a surface broken by a dot, in a body covered by a surface. Even if it's the inheritance of a god, the Tao can still progress, said the High Priest. Zai Yan once more bowed to the High Priest delightedly, filled with gratitude. Disciple was lost and unable to break through the next barrier. Your pointers have allowed me to comprehend how to break through. Haha, I don't have the qualifications to give you pointers. I just offered you a few bowls of poor wine. The High Priest smiled. The rest of you can wander around the other places of the Wine God Palace. Perhaps you will be able to make a few gains. I have a few things I wish to say to young friend Long Chen, so please stay behind for a moment. Everyone was startled, looking at Long Chen with disbelief. The High Priest wished to speak to Long Chen alone. There was no way for them to refuse. Han Wenjun and Li Wanji were both jealous. Han Wenjun had come this time just to see the High Priest. For this, he had spent 3 years studying wine, completely mastering wine tasting, winemaking, and all kinds of etiquette and knowledge. Just by smelling it once, he could tell a wine's craftsmanship, maturity, and composition. That was also he would be able to appraise wine better and win the favor of the Wine God Palace's disciples. But now, although he had managed to see the High Priest, he had only drunk 3 bowls of wine, without even gaining the qualifications to speak to him before being shooed off. He panicked. High Priest, my Grand Han wishes to invite the Wine God Palace to establish a branch in my Grand Han, allowing the Wine God's glory to shine in even more places, said Han Wenjun hurriedly. That's a good thing. I will consider it, said the High Priest. Han Wenjun was delighted to hear that. Only then did he leave with the others. Once they were gone, Long Chen said, High Priest, you absolutely cannot establish a branch in the Grand Han. Oh, why is that? Asked the High Priest. Because if you go the Grand Han, the Wine God Palace will very likely become the Grand Han S, said Long Chen gravely. Haha, where the Wine God goes is not important. As long as it's possible to properly lead the path of the Wine Tao, it's enough. The only danger is certain people harboring improper intentions and misrepresenting the Wine God's will. Now that we're alone, if young friend has any questions, you can go ahead and ask them. If I can answer them, I definitely will. Even Long Chen didn't know why the High Priest would treat him so specially. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by favor. Disciple truly has something he would like the High Priest's help with. Long Chen hesitated and told the High Priest about the medicinal wines he had made. He also brought them out for the High Priest to appraise. Just through a final combination, you were able to create such an effect. It's practically a divine ability. Even with the High Priest's calm nature, he was shocked. This little one has some understanding of the pill Tao. I hope to be able to undergo a mutually beneficial exchange with the Wine God Palace's Wine Tao. Right now, these medicinal wines are just the result of compounding the wine's effect with medicinal pills, making their effect limited. For the pill Tao to merge with the Wine Tao requires them be combined in the brewing process. During this process, the pill Tao and Wine Tao will corroborate each other, and I trust that it will be greatly beneficial to the Wine God Palace's disciples, Cultivation. Otherwise, the Wine God Palace would not have agreed to cooperate with Pill Valley back then. Furthermore, I swear on my very life that I definitely won't betray your trust like Pill Valley. All the medicinal wine will only benefit the people by my side, and I definitely won't do anything to blaspheme the wine god, said Long Chen solemnly. Chapter 12:01 Zai Yan's Plea. Translator Born to Be. I didn't expect young friend to have such mastery over the pill Dao. However, brewing medicinal wine is truly a thorny problem. Back then when we ceased working together with Pill Valley, other than the fact that they committed a taboo of my wine god palace, there was actually another reason. During the process of brewing medicinal wine, Pill Valley refused to be sincere, and they intentionally hid many of the core parts of their work from us. As a result, my wine god palace's disciples were unable to learn or benefit much, said the high priest. Clearly, the wine god palace hadn't benefited much from their cooperation with Pill Valley back then. The Pill Valley had only taught them some rudimentary arts, but even for those, they had hidden their essence. They refused to give them their true techniques, while they instead secretly peeped on the wine god palace's winemaking arts. The wine god palace had been infuriated, as Pill Valley had taken quite a few winemaking recipes as well as a few arts. That was why the high priest was very cautious when Long Chen brought up the topic of working together. He told Long Chen this story to say that unless he brought out something that moved him, he wouldn't be able to accept. Although I am young, I understand how to act. Last time when I interacted with the various wine god palace disciples, I relied on the principles of my pill Dao to appraise their wines. You've seen that there are many common aspects between them, making them mutually beneficial. It will only benefit the wine god palace's disciples. Here, I have written down several hypothetical wine formulas based on a few seniors' wines. However, because I don't know the exact winemaking processes and arts, this is just a tentative proposal, but I'm confident it can move you. Long Chen handed the high priest a sheet of paper. He had written the formulas of various medicinal pills, as well as some brewing processes of wine. He had also listed several mutually beneficial areas during the brewing process between the pill Dao and wine Dao. In the paper, he also pointed out several possible difficulties and areas that would have high failure rates. It was extremely detailed, and there were all kinds of extremely accurate deductions and inferences that the high priest found it hard to believe. He had to read over the sheet several times. He couldn't help being shocked. Long Chen had managed to deduce the raw materials, processing, flame control, and various arts that had gone into making various wines, and they were frighteningly accurate. He had then proposed a few concepts to merge their wine with medicinal pills. Some of these concepts had arisen back when the wine god palace had cooperated with Pill Valley, but many of them were completely new and even more brazen. Long Chen had also written many possible solutions for difficulties that they had been unable to overcome in the medicinal wine brewing process back then. You truly have moved me. It seems the young people these days are truly frightening. So tell me, what is it that you want from me now? Asked the high priest. What I need is some formulas of the wine god palace's wines, as well as detailed information on the manufacturing process. I will merge the pill Dao into those processes. However, I am only able to offer you the theoretical processes. Actually putting it into practice will be up to the wine god palace, said Long Chen. The high priest smiled. You should know that my wine god palace has existed for countless years, and we have many wine formulas. That's fine. However many wine formulas you have are how many pill formulas I have. Long Chen also smiled, but his smile was full of confidence. Ha ha ha, how arrogant. But I like this kind of refusal to admit defeat in youngsters. All right, we can try this. I will tell the disciples to give you their wine formulas on your way out today. But let me warn you, the theories and formulas you offer them have to entice them, or don't blame me if they don't want to work together with you, said the high priest. Don't worry, if I didn't even have that little ability, how would I dare to propose working together with the wine god palace, said Long Chen. Since that's decided, I won't take up any more of your precious time. After saying that, Long Chen left. Several hours later, the high priest was standing inside a courtyard, looking at the wine god's statue which was covered in cracks, staring blankly. High priest, you wanted to see me. The imposing and demon-like Tu Qiansheng walked in. How were your battle spoils? The high priest smiled slightly. Don't bring that up. That bastard didn't give me the slightest face. Not only did he take all my wine, but I even ended up owing him a favor, raged Tu Qiansheng. Losing to him isn't embarrassing. Even the wine god refused his incense and couldn't bear to receive his kneeling. Just slightly bending his knees has caused the wine god's statue to almost shatter. He is a completely inestimable existence, said the high priest. What, that fellow is this terrifying? Tu Qiansheng looked at the wine god's statue in shock. Qiansheng, I just received the wine god's enlightenment. Long Chen will give my wine god palace a huge opportunity. In the future, when Long Chen comes, you'll be in charge of receiving him, said the high priest. Yes, disciple understands, said Tu Qiansheng. Our cooperation with Long Chen is limited to exchanges of the wine Dao. Don't bring up any of those ancient secrets to avoid karma, but other than that, there's no need to be constrained. Allowing everything to come naturally is best. Act how you would act normally, said the high priest. Disciple understands. No wonder that little brat is so evil. As expected, he's not simple, Tu Qiansheng chortled. Long Chen returned to the Grand Zia's imperial palace. Ziyan was actually waiting at his residence. Long Chen, the high priest's pointers have weakened my bottleneck. Tomorrow, I will be returning to the elusive music immortal palace to enter seclusion and break through, said Ziyan. You're going back this quickly? Long Chen was surprised. He also felt a sense of helplessness when it came to the music Dao's experts' sudden breakthroughs. This kind of breakthrough was too easy, wasn't it? Just hearing a few words, comprehending a few things, and they would break through to higher realms. That was much more relaxed than the bitter cultivation of a martial cultivator. Martial cultivators had to advance level by level, with each barrier being difficult to break through. But music cultivators and wine cultivators, they cultivated a kind of mental realm, and what they were after was comprehension. However, it had to be said that, although martial cultivators might not find it so effortless to break through, they could break through more consistently. They could take things step by step, and when they encountered a tough barrier, they could use medicinal pills to break through. But for those who cultivated special paths like the music Dao and wine Dao, those medicinal pills were essentially useless to them. Sometimes, if they were unable to find the spark of insight, a single barrier might stymie them for years. For example, Ziyan had been stuck at her barrier for several months. Without the high priest, she might have taken years or even decades before breaking through. There was even the possibility that she would be chained by these shackles for a lifetime, having it become a heart devil and never being able to advance. Long Chen, you've been fighting all over during the past few years, giving birth to even more killing intent. Seas of blood are churning in the depths of your eyes. Are you unable to sense that? Ziyan sighed as she stared into Long Chen's eyes. Don't preach to me. I don't want to hear the same things you already said in the Eastern Wasteland. That's the worst topic and also very hurtful. Long Chen shook his head. In the Eastern Wasteland, Ziyan had tried to persuade Long Chen, and the two had parted on bad terms. They both had their own philosophies, and neither was able to shake the other's conviction. Long Chen, have you never looked in the mirror and sensed another you within the depths of your soul? Ziyan looked at Long Chen worriedly. Long Chen's heart shook. He truly had felt that something was off with him recently. When he had looked in the mirror, he found that he was almost unable to look into his eyes, as if he was afraid of himself. It seems you've already sensed it. Long Chen, you've killed too many people. The dark shadow within you has absorbed their resentment and has rapidly grown. If this continues, you will lose yourself and become a crazy devil that only knows how to kill. Have you not noticed your temper getting worse and you're easier to anger? More and more, you're unable to control yourself, said Ziyan. Perhaps, but then I want to know why the corrupt path's people are fine even though they kill far more people than me, said Long Chen. Because they have their corrupt god and the power of their faith binds them. You don't have that faith, so you are like a rootless duckweed, a kite with no string. You are unable to control yourself, so when your desire to kill overwhelms you one day, you will become a killing machine, said Ziyan. I have my own faith. My faith is my parents, my family, my lovers, and my hot-blooded brothers. They are all existences I would sacrifice my life to protect. Miss Ziyan, don't talk to me about killing again and don't try to reform me. There are many things that we've already said in the Eastern Wasteland, but I'll say this one more time. You are not me, and I am not you. Your duty is to carry out the will of the heavens. You think everything the heavens decided upon is right, but I'm different. I don't think the same way. There are fundamental differences between us, and we are unable to see things from the other's point of view. So can you not keep bothering me with this problem? I can't understand why you would focus so much on me when there are innumerable evil people in this world far worse than me, said Long Chen. Ziyan struggled for a moment, but in the end she said, because you are my life's foreordained devil star. What is that supposed to mean? Long Chen was flabbergasted. What it means is that we are fated enemies. If you don't die, I will. Ziyan looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. In truth, when she had left the eastern wasteland, she had already escaped the thought of Long Chen and her devil star. But the chance encounter this time made her realize that fate could not be changed. This joke is not one bit funny, Long Chen shook his head. It's not a joke. In the eastern wasteland I should have already killed you, but I was unable to force myself to do so. This time I find that your influence over me grows stronger. My heart is already growing turbulent because of you. I'm terrified to see your figure rooted in my mind, but I cannot get rid of it. Long Chen, there's still one chance. Come to my elusive music immortal palace and leave all the slaughter behind. We can live in peace. Ziyan's voice actually contained a pleading tone. Long Chen was shocked. Ziyan's current appearance showed she wasn't joking at all. Only now did he realize how serious this situation was. For you, I can also give up cultivating, as long as you stop killing. Ziyan softly held Long Chen's hand. Chapter 1202, The Four Nations Ancient Remnant opens. Translator Born to Be. Ziyan had understood at that time the true meaning of a devil star. A devil star was not purely an enemy, but an existence entangled with feelings of love and hatred. Back in the eastern wasteland, Ziyan had only felt Long Chen to be a confused youth. She hadn't particularly had that much faith in her devil star matter, but she had been curious, so she had begun secretly watching Long Chen. That was when she had seen Long Chen encounter an assassination trap. Despite clearly knowing the doll-carrying child had been an assassin, he hadn't been able to kill her, and had rather allowed her poison needle to stab him through the heart. He had gently rubbed that girl's head without the slightest resentment. Instead, he had treated her warmly and caringly. The words he had said at that time had permanently branded Long Chen's image in Ziyan's mind. Now several years had passed. Being focused on the music Tao, Ziyan had intentionally hidden these memories, gradually forgetting about her devil star. But when she once more encountered Long Chen, all those suppressed memories reappeared, as vivid as ever in her mind. The first time she saw Long Chen again, she hadn't been able to stop her heart from pounding. Furthermore, she had even felt delighted, as if she had been expectantly waiting to see him again. Last night when she had been drinking wine with Xia Yuluo, she had heard Xia Yuluo's story about how Long Chen had swindled all this wine. She had actually laughed until she had swayed back and forth, causing the other elusive music immortal palace's disciples to be shocked. Music cultivators had to separate themselves from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Joy, anger, worry, pensiveness, sorrow, fear, shock. Each emotion could disturb a music cultivator's heart. That was a taboo for music cultivators. At that time, even Ziyan had grown afraid. She had forcibly suppressed those emotions. But on the trip to the Wine God Palace with Long Chen, she found that everything she had done was futile. Each glance, each movement from Long Chen affected her heart. No matter how she tried, it was all useless. Now, Ziyan understood the true meaning of a devil star, and in front of Long Chen's questioning, she finally revealed the whole story. Now she was begging Long Chen to escape this fate, to avoid fighting to the point of you die or I die. She would rather give up cultivating and accompany Long Chen to old age. Long Chen looked into Ziyan's eyes. They were completely clear, and he felt like he could see all her secrets. Now he finally knew the whole story. Sorry, I can't go with you. I still have many things I need to do. Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't able to do this. He not only had his lovers and hot-blooded brothers, but he also had to find his own biological parents. There was too much on his shoulders. Tears slowly dripped down Ziyan's face like pearls. They slowly fell to the sides of her lips. This was Ziyan's first time experiencing the taste of tears. An indescribable feeling of sorrow and grief filled her. She stared at Long Chen blankly, unable to say a thing. Sorry, apologized Long Chen. You don't need to say sorry. This was all fated. If a day comes that your corpse lies before me, I ask you not to hate me. In the same way, if there comes a day when your saber cuts off my head, please don't feel grief. I won't hate you. After saying this, Ziyan's tears gushed forth. She suddenly held Long Chen and began to bawl. The tear-streaked face of this beauty pained Long Chen's heart. Sorry, Long Chen. I am the elusive music immortal palace's successor. I absolutely cannot betray them. So when we meet again, either you die or I die. I won't show mercy on the battlefield. After saying this, Ziyan left without giving him a chance to say anything. Her scent still remained around him, but she had vanished. Long Chen stood there, unable to comprehend things for a long time. How did such a contrived plot happen to him? Shouldn't it only happen in the melodramatic stories of the Grand Hand? Fate, decided by the heavens. Long Chen had never believed in such nonsense things only used to con others. But when Yan had completely opened her heart to him, he had seen the karma. That karma involved Yan's master who had told her that she would encounter a devil's star in her life and that she had to kill him. When we meet again, either you die or I die. What kind of bullshit is this? Long Chen burst into curses. He found it inconceivable that such a melodramatic thing could happen to him. The sudden resentment and blessing had come and gone too quickly. He hadn't even had a chance to clearly feel it before the heavens suddenly slapped him in the face. The most infuriating thing to him was that he didn't doubt Yan's determination to kill him at all. In the end, Yan was a member of the elusive music immortal palace, and she was loyal to her own heavenly Tao inheritance. Well, the main thing was, just how had she decided that he was definitely a fiendish devil? Fuck, how did I end up provoking a killing star? Long Chen felt like he was going crazy. It couldn't be that the heavens had decided that since it couldn't kill him through heavenly tribulation, it decided to arrange such a terrifying opponent for him. Long Chen sensed extremely terrifying energy within Yan's body. If Yan had decided to kill him right here and now, he probably wouldn't have been able to beat her. But even though Yan wasn't killing him now, she would quickly break through to the Jade core realm to become a king. As for Long Chen, he was still stuck at the fourth heaven stage of foundation forging. When he encountered her in the future, she would be even more terrifying. Yan directly led her people to leave, without even saying goodbye to the Grand Zia's royalty. Theoretically, that was very rude, but Long Chen knew that Yan's mental realm was too chaotic right now to care about such things. After she was gone, Long Chen forcibly calmed the ripples that had appeared in his mind. In any case, there were plenty of people who wanted to kill him. One more didn't matter. That very afternoon, he received a list from the Wine God Palace's disciples. All their wine formulas were written down there. In total, there were 128. Long Chen realized the Wine God Palace only had 128 true disciples. Not only did they send the wine formulas, but also the raw materials to create them and equipment for the winemaking process. Each one of them had also sent a large batch of their wine. Long Chen got to work. In order to show his sincerity, Long Chen searched through his memory to find at least 3 ways to combine it with medicine, over 5 ways to refine it, and over 10 ways to merge the pill Tao into it from the beginning for each wine. This would make it easier for these disciples to comprehend the heavenly Taos during the winemaking process. They would be able to comprehend the heavenly Taos from the 2 angles of both the wine Tao and the pill Tao. In truth, Long Chen was only able to use a couple dozen wines these disciples gave him. The others weren't useful to him, but Long Chen couldn't possibly only exploit those few people while ignoring the others. That wasn't honest. After all, he was getting a huge advantage. All he gave them was theories, and in the future, he would be able to get as much medicinal wine from the Wine God Palace as he wanted. He had to do this matter perfectly, or he would be too embarrassed to take their wine. The next day, when Long Chen brought the new formulas he had made to the Wine God Palace, all the disciples were shaken. The Wine God Palace went into complete seclusion, saying that they were no longer accepting any visitors. They had begun researching the formulas Long Chen had given them. They were quickly infatuated with this way of merging the pill Tao with the wine Tao. They found that this new winemaking process allowed their realms to rapidly advance. Long Chen's methods immediately won the high priest's trust. He told Long Chen that the medicinal wines he needed would be supplied limitlessly by the Wine God Palace. As for Long Chen, he was truly brazen. He even gave the high priest dozens of medicinal formulas for his own wine. Although the high priest's wine was basically flawless, which person who had reached the pinnacle didn't want to continue taking another step forward. Long Chen wrote out top-tier medicinal formulas he had in his pill Sovereign Memories in accordance with the particularities of the high priest's wine. Although it was very likely that none of these medicinal formulas would work out in the end, testing their luck was good too. What if it really did work? Furthermore, the high priest was old and bored. He wouldn't mind researching this. Due to the Wine God Palace becoming busy with Long Chen's matter, Han Wenjun was unable to wait any longer. He had been waiting for the news from the Wine God Palace this entire time, because the high priest had told him that he would think about it. But after 7 days of constantly inquiring about the state of things, even the welcoming disciple at the gates was irritated. He sent a message higher up, and he got a direct reply. The Wine God Palace had no intention of opening a branch within the next 10 years. They could ask again after 10 years. They had pushed him off for 10 years in one go. Han Wenjin's expression became unsightly. He had had two goals in coming here. One was to seduce Xia Yuluo in hopes of forming a deep relationship with her. Originally, this matter was supposed to be a cinch, but Long Chen had ruined things. Now, although Xia Yuluo didn't hate Han Wenjin, he could no longer sense that intense passion from back then. Although Han Wenjin invited Xia Yuluo to go out to play, and Xia Yuluo always agreed, she would bring along the other princesses as well, making it so he couldn't use his melodramatic pickup arts. As for his second goal in coming here, that was to form a good relationship with the Wine God Palace, using his wine arts to win their favor and invite them to his Grand Han in order to spread the culture of wine. If the Wine God Palace joined the Grand Han, the entire nation would grow. This was also a good thing to the Wine God Palace, but it had also been stopped by Long Chen. How could Han Wenjin possibly wait 10 years? In the end, the next day after the Wine God Palace gave him this reply, Han Wenjin and Li Wanji chose to return to the Grand Han. Long Chen was in charge of sending them to the gates, completely finishing his duty of receiving them. Pavilion Master, both my goals were ruined. What about your side? Within the carriage, Han Wenjin was facing Xuanhuan, who had been missing this entire time. I've handled everything on my end, said Xuanhuan. Good, this humiliation the Grand Xia gave me, I'll make them pay the price within the four nations' ancient remnant. Killing intent burned in Han Wenjin's eyes. After finishing off his duty of receiving the Grand Han's delegation, Long Chen spent the majority of his time in the Wine God Palace. The disciples needed guidance during the winemaking process. Although Long Chen knew nothing about winemaking, when it came to refining pills, he could be rated as unmatched beneath the heavens. Living in the Wine God Palace was convenient, and he would occasionally go drinking with Tu Qianshang. These days were very comfortable. On this day, Xia Yuluo and Xia Yuncheng came to the Wine God Palace. They saw Long Chen and Tu Qiansheng bare-chested, covered in sweat, both of their eyes red. Men in the country wander, who doesn't carry a blade? With 1 slash I'll kill you, with 3 slashes I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, you've lost drink. Long Chen laughed crazily. Xia Yuncheng was speechless. Long Chen really was a monster. Looking at the fatty's expression refusing to admit defeat, Xia Yuncheng truly doubted whether he really was a legendary figure. He braced himself and announced, Long Chen, that's about enough. The four nations' ancient remnant will open tomorrow, so prepare yourself. We're moving out. Chapter 1203, Heaven Encompassing Net. Translator born to be. The next morning, Long Chen gathered with 3,000 people in the Grand Xia's imperial palace. These people were foundation forging experts and had yet to reach their 30s. They were the experts that the Grand Xia sent to enter the four nations' ancient remnant. It could be said that they were the Grand Xia's elites. Previously, Long Chen had learned from Xia Yuncheng that the four nations' ancient remnant was jointly owned by the four ancient nations. Other than the Grand Xia and the Grand Han, the other ancient nations were the Grand Zhou and the Grand Chu. All of them were around the same level of power, allowing them to maintain a subtle balance. Although these years the Grand Han had managed to raise their power by starting a culture of worshipping idols, in terms of true power, they weren't that different. On the contrary, the Grand Xia had the longest history and greatest foundation. Even the Wine God Palace lay within their borders. Whether it was in terms of name or position, they were ahead of the other three nations. The Grand Zhou and Grand Chu were neither friendly nor hostile with the Grand Xia. Back then, the Grand Xia had had a good relationship with the Grand Han, but later the Grand Han had been too shameless, saying that everything was theirs, causing conflicts to arise between them. However, the four ancient nations had never truly started a war between them. That was because the four ancient nations stood outside the Central Plains, Cultivation World. The reason they were able to receive the Cultivation World's approval was mostly due to the respect toward their inheritances and long-lasting history. If the four nations started a huge war, weakening their power and killing their people, the Central Plains, other powers would take advantage. At that time, their territories would be snatched up, and the four ancient nations would cease to exist. That was why the four ancient nations always acted peaceful, with none of them willing to raise their blades against the others. The possible consequences were too grave. The four nations' ancient remnant had four entrances, which were split between the four ancient nations. Within its historical remains, they could search for treasures, and they would belong to the finders. Others were not allowed to fight against the people who found things. Although there had been quite a few hidden fights within its history, due to their close strength, there hadn't been any large-scale fights. This time, the opening of the four nations' ancient remnant might not be the same as before. You should all be more careful. The Grand Xia's emperor personally appeared before them. Even Xia Yunchang's master was solemnly saying something to Xia Yunchang. After that, they all stepped onto a transportation formation within Grand Xia City. They were brought to a valley near the Grand Xia's border. The valley had a huge formation protecting it, as well as countless experts hiding within. When Long Chen arrived, he saw that the space at the end of the valley was in constant fluctuation. This is one of the four entrances to the four nations' ancient remnant. The spatial channel is still in the midst of forming. It seems it will take a little while longer for it to stabilize, Xia Yunchang explained to Long Chen. Long Chen, can you travel with me once we enter the four nations' ancient remnant? I feel like going with you will definitely bring me more luck and more treasures. Xia Yuluo held Long Chen's hand charmingly. Perhaps it was because she had got to know Long Chen that her life had undergone heaven-toppling changes from before. Swindling wine from the wine god palace, encountering the elusive music immortal palace's Ziyan, and even personally seeing the wine god palace's high priest, these were all things she had only managed to do thanks to Long Chen. Xia Yuluo had actually started to feel a bit of dependence toward him. Before Long Chen could reply, Xia Yunfeng frowned and said, Yuluo, don't be rash. Our imperial father has already said that entering the four nations' ancient remnant is also important for Long Chen. He has to search for his own opportunities. You'll end up affecting him like this. Xia Yunfeng was a much steadier person than Xia Yuluo. His temperament was similar to the Grand Xia's emperor, Xia Yuyang. It's just a joke. If he doesn't want to bring me along, then fine. My own luck is good enough. HMPH, is he so amazing? Xia Yuluo stuck her tongue out at Xia Yunfeng, making a face. While Xia Yuluo could act like a spoiled child toward Xia Yunchang, she wouldn't dare to act that way in front of Xia Yunfeng. Xia Yunfeng was the future emperor, and everything he decided had to be for the nation. He couldn't care so much about familial ties, making him extremely serious and grave, almost to an unreasonable point. Amongst the princes, only Xia Yunfeng could suppress Xia Yuluo. The other princes also had to act well-behaved toward Xia Yunfeng. Long Chen, although we've explored the four nations' ancient remnant many times throughout the years, many places can only be entered through chance. My imperial father has already said that any opportunities you win in the four nations' ancient remnant will belong solely to you. There's no need to even mention what you gain to others, said Xia Yunfeng. Many thanks, hopefully my luck will be a bit better this time. When he mentioned his luck, Long Chen felt disheartened. It seemed he had never had any affinity with that word. But Xia Yuyang truly had some style to allow him, an outsider, to enter the four nations' ancient remnant. Even the princes of the Grand Xia had to hand over whatever they obtained within to the Grand Xia, and only then would they be rewarded merits based on what they had gained. Yuluo, you should be careful of Han Wenjun during this time. He doesn't have any good intentions, warned Long Chen. He was worried about Xia Yuluo being foolishly tricked. This child was too pure-hearted and naive. I know. Furthermore, the four nations' ancient remnant is huge. It's unknown whether I'll even run into him, and if I do, I'll just ignore him, said Xia Yuluo. Xia Yunchang and Xia Yunfeng looked at each other and felt more at ease. Only Long Chen could have warned Xia Yuluo about this. If either of them tried, Xia Yuluo would immediately explode and intentionally go against what they said. Xia Yunchang was focusing on the martial Dao, while Xia Yunfeng was the future successor of the Grand Xia. The two of them were close, as they were the future pillars of the Grand Xia. One could govern the nation, while one could maintain peace in the nation. They were the two sons that Xia Yuyang was the proudest of. Although Xia Yunfeng didn't focus completely on the martial Dao, he still possessed exceptional talent. As a rank 8 celestial, his combat power was immense. This time, he would be the leader of the Grand Xia's party in the four nations' ancient remnant. Everything had been arranged, and now they were just patiently waiting. Just as Long Chen and the others were patiently waiting, on the side of the Grand Han, numerous experts had gathered. Han Wenjun, Li Wanji, and the others were all there. There were two other men beside Han Wenjun who looked somewhat similar to him. Their ages were also similar. These two were the other two members of the Grand Han's three monarchs, Han Kijun and Han Bijun. Han Kijun and Han Bijun were both princes of the Grand Han, and although they were jointly known as the Three Monarchs with Han Wenjun, in terms of talent and looks, they were a level inferior to Han Wenjun. That was why Han Wenjun was the leader of the Three Monarchs, and he was also the future heir to the throne of the Grand Han. The Three Monarchs were all terrifying rank 8 Celestials. The Grand Han had done their best on a national scale to raise them into top geniuses. Behind the Three Monarchs were 7 other experts, all of whom were rank 7 Celestials. They were the Grand Han's 8 princes. Not being a part of the imperial family's main bloodline, they weren't real princes, just the top experts of the branch families. However, one of them had already been slain by Long Chen. Now, the name of the 8 princes had already been removed because it had become a humiliation. Other than the 3 monarchs and those 7 experts, as well as the Grand Han's other elite disciples, there were dozens of other mysterious figures who were wearing conical hats to conceal their faces. They were all surrounded by a layer of light and quite different from the Grand Han's other experts. Let me first say this: Long Chen is ours. He must be killed by us, the ancient races. One of the figures wrapped in the light was a large, well-built man. He raised his hat slightly, revealing a pair of eagle-like eyes. Those eyes contained countless runes. It was like his eyes concealed a volcano that might erupt with apocalyptic power at any moment. That might not be possible. Long Chen challenged 2 of my blood cohal's strongholds and destroyed the killing god's statue, blaspheming our god. He has been put at the very top of my blood cohal's must-kill list. We must use Long Chen's blood to placate the killing god's anger. A tall, skinny man icily opened his mouth. This man had his face completely concealed by his hat, and not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. Without personally seeing him, it wasn't even possible to sense his existence. There's no need to fight. Whether it is the ancient races or the blood cohal, you both hate Long Chen to the bone. But there's only one Long Chen, and it's impossible to split him in half for you. So the person who kills him will be decided by who has the power. But don't forget your agreement with my Grand Han, as well as your promises to each other, warned Han Wenjun. Don't worry, my Pill Valley is supporting this, while the Heavenly Fate Pavilion has done the calculations. There's 0 chance of failure. Moreover, I don't care who kills Long Chen, but whatever he has on his body belongs to us. The Tower Master must take Long Chen's items. You understand, said a pretty-faced man lightly. Although he hadn't released his aura, the space around him was constantly twisting, as if he was wrapped in invisible flames that could burn the heavens and incinerate the seas. As long as we can kill Long Chen and erase our disgrace, we won't touch any of his items, said the Blood Cohal's expert calmly. He then looked at the ancient race's expert. As for who can wash away their disgrace, it'll be up to who has that ability. However, it seems my Blood Cohal is the professional when it comes to that. The prey we set our sights on never manages to escape. Idiot, in the eastern wasteland, you started hunting Long Chen when he hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm. You've hunted him for so many years, and he only gets stronger. I even suspect you're intentionally helping him temper his blade, sneered the ancient race expert. You, the Blood Cohal's expert, turned cold, killing intent suddenly pervading the space, making the world seem as if it had frozen. Let's not talk so much. If you have the ability, use it once you enter the ancient remnant. After you finish your mission, you can search within it, and whatever treasures you gain will belong to you, said the Pill Tower's expert. Just at this time, the channel in front of them completely formed and they all entered. Han Wenjun sneered sinisterly. Long Chen, Grand Zia, I've said that I'd make you regret it. The Jun in all their names is the same character, and is the character for monarch. Technically, the 8 princes should be called the 8 little princes, to differentiate them from real princes. Chapter 1204 Black Pot. Translator Born to Be. Heaven and earth shook. The mist rolled out as the spatial channel in front of them gradually stabilized. The channel is ready. Quick, enter, shouted Zia Yunfeng. Because the 4 nations' ancient remnant was a broken world, the channel would only be stable for an extremely short amount of time. They only had a few breaths to enter before it closed. Furthermore, once it closed, it would be impossible to enter again. 7 days later, when the channel once more opened, it would only allow people to leave. Everyone rapidly charged through the channel. Less than a breath's time after their figures vanished, the channel closed, forming a huge vortex in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after Long Chen and the others entered the 4 nations' ancient remnant, explosions rocked Grand Zia City at 9 different points. The city shook, and countless people looked around in shock, not knowing what had happened. Panicked cries rang out. What happened? Our experts sneak attacking Grand Zia City. Countless experts flew into the air. Chaos raged for a while. Don't panic. It was nothing more than a little prank used to frighten people. There's no danger. Everyone can get back to their business. Zia Yuyang's voice resounded throughout Grand Zia City, calming people. At the same time, news spread that people had detonated 9 explosive talismans in 9 places of the Grand Zia. It had caused a huge disturbance, but it didn't cause any significant damage. Whoever had detonated the talismans had been blown apart by the explosions, so there was no way to tell who had done it. This happened very suddenly, causing quite a fuss, but things quickly calmed down. The Grand Zia's imperial guards were investigating suspicious people. But within the Grand Zia's imperial palace, Zia Yuyang's face was dark. Beside him, the white-haired elder's expression was also grave. The dragon vein link has been severed. Yun-er and Chang-er, they're all in danger. Zia Yuyang's gaze was electric as terrifying killing intent rose within him. Each of the 4 ancient nations possessed a dragon vein, with the 4 dragon veins looking like they were facing a dragon pearl. They maintained a subtle balance. The dragon veins were condensations of their nation's karmic luck. The emperor of a nation would take up 60% of that karmic luck. The heirs of the emperor would take up 30%, while the remaining 10% was evenly split amongst the commoners. Zia Yuyang was emperor, and he controlled 60% of his nation's karmic luck. That was why there was a dragon vein manifestation around him that Long Chen had sensed. As for Zia Yunchang, Zia Yunfeng, and Zia Yuluo, they were also supported by the dragon vein. Just like Zia Yuyang, they could use a portion of the dragon vein's power to unleash great power. However, after those 9 explosions, the dragon vein karmic luck which was linked to Zia Yuluo and the others had been severed from Zia Yuyang's senses. That made his expression change. Under normal circumstances, if any heirs died, their dragon vein karmic luck would return to the dragon vein, blessing the other heirs. But this time, the connection to their dragon vein karmic luck had been completely severed. That signified great trouble. Someone had set their sights on the Grand Zia's karmic luck. If Zia Yunchang and the others were killed in this state, then 30% of the Grand Zia's dragon vein karmic luck would forever disappear. That was completely unacceptable. If such a thing happened, the Grand Zia would quickly decline until it completely collapsed. It seems they came prepared. But just who was so arrogant as to break the subtle balance between the 4 dragon veins? It's unknown if it's 3 dragons devouring 1 or 1 dragon devouring 3, said the white-haired elder. For their enemies to dare to do such a thing meant they had been preparing for this for a long time, but understanding that now was too late. Zia Yuyang darkly said, "Right now I can only wait for any changes, but if my beloved sons and daughters are all killed, I will definitely make them pay a terrifying price." The white-haired elder sighed. "It seems your ruling skills still aren't perfect. You're already deciding things based on emotion." Zia Yuyang bitterly smiled. "Although I treat them severely and heartlessly, that's simply unavoidable. For the Grand Zia, my Zia family has paid far, far too much. If someone really was willing to take over the Grand Zia and could guarantee the Grand Zia's peace and prosperity, I'd immediately welcome them and surrender the throne. I wish I could live a peaceful life, and I wish we could enjoy familial love like other families. These children are my reverse scale. If they really fall, there's no way I'll consider things from a ruler's point of view. I will purely act as a father getting revenge for his children." Terrifying killing intent rose in Zia Yuyang's eyes. No father was willing to see his children mercilessly slaughtered by others. "Perhaps this matter's not as grave as you think. You've forgotten, Long Chen has also gone in. You've already planted the seed, and all that's left is to patiently wait for it to bear fruit," said the white-haired elder. Long Chen flew out of the spatial channel. He saw an unending mountain range in front of him surrounding a calm lake. It was extremely peaceful. "Everyone has a map, so let's scatter. Everyone can search for their own opportunities. You may not try to harm others, but you must also be on guard of others hurting you. Be careful. Sometimes in front of profit an alliance isn't worth anything," warned Zia Yunfeng. Although according to the 4 Nations Treaty, they were not allowed to attack each other within the 4 Nations' ancient remnant, sometimes treasures would cause a person to strike out of greed. That was not something rare. One person said that they saw it first, and then someone else said that they saw it first. There was no way to decide the truth of such a thing, so they couldn't foolishly depend on an alliance. Everyone nodded and split up. Their time was limited. They only had 7 days, so they had to go all out searching for their own opportunities and testing their luck. Long Chen checked his map and saw that this world was like a crescent moon. It was like a complete world had been bitten by a huge mouth. The place he was at right now was at a corner of the crescent moon. Xia Yuluo, Xia Yunchang, and the others all said goodbye to Long Chen as they flew out in their own directions. Long Chen also picked a direction, but he had chosen a different one. He was rushing toward the edge of this small world. Although this was a minor world, its territory wasn't that much different from the Grand Xia. After a couple hours of rushing, he reached the edge of the world. He saw endless darkness before him. It was an abyss that stretched into the sky, and countless spatial blades were flying within. This abyss looked like a monster's mouth that was attempting to devour this world. I've heard that space is layered like a bee's honeycomb. As long as you find the spatial channel, you can go to another world. And even without finding the spatial channel, you can charge through the chaotic space to enter another world. Long Chen took out a king item spear and carefully inserted it into the black space. As a result, the spear shook slightly. When he pulled it out, he was only left with the half that he hadn't stuck in. Yes, they really were right. If you enter the chaotic flow of space, you will truly enter another world. Yup, you'll directly go to see a Yama king in another world, cursed Long Chen. What idiot had come up with that saying? Wasn't that purely trying to get people killed? This pitch-black space contained power that made Long Chen's scalp turn numb. Even king items couldn't go through, let alone people. He followed the edge of the border. A verdant forest appeared in front of him, and as he flew over, his heart suddenly shook. Entering the forest, he had only advanced less than a mile before heaven and earth changed. The thick forest vanished, and an old house appeared in front of him. There was actually an illusion formation here. Just now, as he had been flying over the forest, he had vaguely felt that something was off with the forest below. That was why he had gone down to take a look, but he hadn't thought that the forest was hiding an illusion formation. Before coming, Xia Yunchang had told Long Chen that the Four Nations' ancient remnant was something a supreme expert left behind, a remnant of their life in the mortal world before ascending. It was left behind for people with destiny to search within. In truth, there were many experts who would do something like this, especially cultivators that didn't belong to any sect and had no disciples to impart their inheritance onto. They would leave behind a portion of their inheritance before dying or ascending in hopes of a destined person coming and carrying on their inheritance. This small house was clearly an opportunity. Long Chen was delighted. Could it be that his luck was starting to turn? This small house was very simple, looking just like the home of a secluded farmer. The grass was growing wildly, and there was a simple fence surrounding it. It was full of the air of a farmer's home. Long Chen pushed the wooden door open and walked in. Dust sprinkled around him. This was an extremely ancient hut, and even the wood was starting to rot. The original runes on the wood were starting to peel off. Long Chen knew it was these runes that had supported the house, or it would have long since turned to dust in the river of time. He saw a water jar inside, but it was already dried up. He wiped a finger around it and sniffed it. What pure water energy fluctuations, but there's nothing left behind now. What was inside this water jar was definitely a treasure back then. Long Chen helplessly shook his head. He lightly tapped the water jar and a light sound rang out. Its runes brightened slightly, and then the jar completely collapsed. The water jar was on the level of a king item, but even for a king item without spiritual yuan nourishing it, once its runic energy runs out, it will also not be able to stop the encroachment of time, sighed Long Chen. There was a kitchen stove on the side of the wall. The stove had a pitch-black pot on it. Long Chen tapped the pot and found that it was still good. He didn't sense the slightest aura from it though, so he proceeded to place a hand against it. Buzz, the pot suddenly began to wildly absorb Long Chen's spiritual yuan. The rust on it began to slowly fall. This is a treasure. Long Chen was shocked and delighted. This pot still had an item spirit, but he hastily pulled back his hand because it was absorbing his spiritual yuan at a frightening rate. It was like a person was dying of thirst in the desert and finally encountered a water source. In just a few breaths, the pot absorbed a tenth of Long Chen's spiritual yuan. This black pot is definitely something good. I'm taking it. Long Chen reached out to grab the pot. Chapter 12:05 Terrifying Twin Assassin. Translator Born to Be. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that this seemingly simple black pot was shockingly heavy. It was like a mountain. This black pot can't be ordinary. Fortunately, I came here before its runes completely failed, or it'd also have decayed. Long Chen blessed his luck. Due to how much time had passed, the black pot's runes had reached the verge of collapsing. Once an item's runes collapsed, even a king item would become nothing more than scrap metal. Just now, Long Chen's spiritual yuan had saved it from the brink. But as for what level of treasure this pot was, he would have to wait until it had recovered to see. Right now, at best, it could only count as having been given a reprieve from death. Long Chen would need to continuously nourish it for a long time before being able to use it, but he didn't have that time right now. The water jar, earthen hearth, black pot, they all made this room look like an ordinary farmer's house. Pushing open another door, he saw a brick bed. It seemed like there should have been various family tools on the bed, but now there was only a pile of dust. Long Chen closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He sighed. This wasn't actually an inheritance. It was very likely a childhood memory of this minor world's master. It seemed the master of this world had used this small house as a recollection of their memories. That was because Long Chen saw a few piles of dust that seemed to be a child's toys. For an ordinary farming family's child to end up stepping on the path of cultivation and even ascend to the immortal world, their life had to have been marvelous. But also just from the air of this house, it seemed that this person also had to have been very solitary. They had used the memories of their youth to comfort themselves. Carefully looking around for a while longer, he didn't notice anything valuable. He saw some farming tools that should have been king items, but their runes had already lost effect and they had rusted, becoming scrap metal. Once more walking around and confirming there were no treasures, Long Chen left. He had only just exited the house when he saw two people staring at him. These two were both foundation forging experts who had reached the late stage. A powerful heavenly Tao pressure came from their bodies, and based on their auras, Long Chen judged them to be rank 6 celestials. Their robes had an immortal character on the front, Zhou, meaning they were from one of the 4 ancient nations, the Grand Zhou. Kill him? They exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked at the same time. Swordlight struck like lightning as they immediately used killing blows. Long Chen extended his hands and caught their 2 swords. He stared icily at them. The 2 of them were shocked. They had struck as fast as possible, so they hadn't been able to store up energy, but this attack was still 80% of their peak. Furthermore, their swords were exceptionally sharp, as they were both king items. But this fellow in front of them, who didn't even have any heavenly Tao aura, was able to catch them with his bare hands. In your next life, don't be so greedy. Long Chen snorted and pressed forward lightly. The sword hilts in their hands slammed into their chests, directly killing them in body and soul. Their bodies fell to the ground, their eyes listless and still filled with shock. A fist-sized hole had appeared in their chests. Taking their spatial rings, Long Chen looked and didn't see anything valuable inside. The most valuable items were their 2 weapons. Putting away their swords, he patted his hands and left the forest. These 2 experts from the Grand Zhou gave Long Chen a reminder, and he now spread out his divine sense to avoid being sneak attacked. Xia Yunfeng's words had been entirely correct. As long as it was enticing enough, as long as they were strong enough, an alliance was nonsense. Those 2 had moved to instantly kill him without caring about those rules. Right now, the 4 ancient nations' experts were spreading out in a net-like pattern from their transportation points in order to search for their own opportunities. There were many spots they might intersect, but opportunities were not things that people could find just by searching. It would be up to a person's luck. Mandara grass. Long Chen suddenly flew to the peak of a cliff. There was foot-long sawtooth-shaped vegetation there. This was a 9th-tier medicinal ingredient, the Mandara grass. In truth, it shouldn't be called medicine but poison. It was easily confused with the Mandara flower because the 2 of them looked the exact same, but the Mandara grass would never bloom. Without pollination, it would bear its own fruit, but this fruit was like a soybean and it alternated between red and green. It was highly toxic. If a person consumed it, their bodies would rapidly inflate until they exploded. But in Long Chen's eyes, this was divine medicine. That was because its fruit could cause his cells to rapidly inflate. Normal people weren't able to endure that, and they would explode, but he was different. He could borrow the Mandara grass's power to strengthen his physical body. Then he would be able to keep up with the 9-star Hegemon body arts power. Although this kind of strengthening was limited, just increasing the strength of his physical body by 10% would be good. Otherwise, Having the power but not being able to release it would drive him crazy. It was like a person had 10,000 pounds of strength, but their physical bodies could only endure 1,000 pounds of force. They would be unable to bring out their true power in battle, and that was too depressing. Placing the Mandara grass into his primal chaos space, Long Chen's heart suddenly shook, and lightning flashed around him. He looked like he had teleported, appearing 30 meters to the side. A sword appeared right where Long Chen had been standing. Although Long Chen had reacted in the first moment, the sword still cut across his back, leaving a half-a-foot-long wound. Blood ran down his robes. This sword had come without any warning at all. It had come noiselessly and without the slightest killing intent. Long Chen had only sensed it right before it pierced his clothes. This was an absolutely terrifying attack that would take a person's life before they even realized they were in danger. Long Chen instantly felt a numbing sensation spreading from his back. It was clear this sword had poison applied to it to numb his nerves and slow his movements. Long Chen had only just flown to the side when another figure appeared beside him like a phantom, slashing his sword at him. Light filled the air. Long Chen snorted and circulated the primal chaos bead. The sensation of numbness instantly faded, and Bloodrinker appeared in his hands. Long Chen already knew who his opponents were. With such powerful cultivation bases, with such terrifying assassination arts, and to be even shameless enough to poison their swords, they could only be from the Bloodkill Hall. Just as Bloodrinker was about to meet that person, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he smashed his fist to the side. Bang! A hidden sword was blown away by Long Chen's fist, and space crumbled, revealing another figure. When his fist blocked this sneak-attacking sword, the previous sword that was unleashing blazing light into the sky vanished, and another sword stabbed toward his chest from an inconceivable angle. Long Chen finally realized that the blinding light this person had unleashed had been to block his senses. It hadn't been the true killing blow. The worst thing about this attack was how his assailants were seamlessly cooperating. There was simply no way to dodge. The sword stabbed through Long Chen. The poison on it caused his body to turn numb, with half of it no longer listening to his commands. At the same time, the energy within the sword was about to erupt within his body. If it did, Long Chen wouldn't have a corpse left. These two were extremely terrifying assassins. Their cooperation made it so Long Chen had no way to release his full power. With this sword stabbing through his body, Long Chen had already lost half his life. Die! Just as the assassin's power was about to erupt out of his sword, he felt a burst of pain on his forehead. At some unknown point, Long Chen had managed to press his blood-red saber against his forehead. Long Chen's current expression was frighteningly calm. He was completely ignoring the sword stabbing through him to kill this person in a suicidal move. The assassin sneered and moved back. He appeared tens of meters away in an instant, surprisingly giving up on killing Long Chen. However, just as he retreated, another sword stabbed toward Long Chen's back. There wasn't the slightest opening between one sword retreating and one sword attacking. There was no chance to dodge. But just as that sword was about to pierce Long Chen's body, a dragon's roar filled the air, and a lightning dragon appeared suddenly, sending that person flying. Long Chen stood on the lightning dragon's head, flying into the air. The two of them were stunned at not having killed Long Chen with their combination attack. "Although I looked down on your Bloodkill Hall, I have to admit you really surprised me," said Long Chen indifferently as he looked at his injury. "Long Chen, you also surprise us. The two of us have never failed to assassinate a target together before," said one of them. He slowly took off his hat and the other one mimicked him. Their movements were the exact same. "So that's what it was. Twin brothers with hearts connected, you allow one person to absorb the other's killing intent so that it can't be sensed. As a result, your attack truly can't be blocked." "Amazing," praised Long Chen, resting Bloodrinker on his shoulder. Although he despised the Bloodkill Hall's style, he had to admit these twins were terrifying. They had almost killed him. That wasn't because he had been careless. His divine sense had been active at all times, and he had been circulating the 9-star Hegemon body art, but he still hadn't sensed the two of them. That was their true shocking ability. However, this kind of ability could not be replicated. When one person attacked, the other absorbed their killing intent, making it so even the 9-star Hegemon body art hadn't been able to sense the attack. That truly was worthy of Long Chen's praise. "It seems that since you didn't immediately flee, you're confident in a head-on battle. Then before that battle, can you tell me your numbers?" asked Long Chen. The two of them extended their arms at the same time, revealing two numbers. Chapter 12:06 Bloodkill 10. Translator born to be. Those two numbers were 10. In other words, both these assassins were Bloodkill 10. Originally, we were a bit displeased when we received the order to kill you. We've never killed people with lower cultivation bases than us, but fortunately, you didn't disappoint us. Otherwise, even if we killed you, it would be an unremovable stain on our lives, said one of them. Long Chen was truly shocked to learn that despite their terrifying assassination arts, they were only ranked 10th. Did the Bloodkill Hall really possess such a powerful foundation? But hearing their arrogance, he sneered. Stain? Are you joking? You shameless, despicable assassins care about stains. To kill people, you'll use any means necessary. For profit, you'll even kill your father, mother, and wife. You'll casually use such despicable means, so are you trying to make me laugh to death? You don't comprehend. That is the art of killing. Only relying on brute force to fight has no suspense. Without adding some skill and tension into it, it's a blasphemy to killing, said that person coldly. I can't be bothered to talk with such brainless idiots. Let me ask you, once I kill you, what kind of assassins will the Bloodkill Hall send after me? Rank 8 Celestials, asked Long Chen. If you can kill us, it will be rank 9 Celestials coming after you because we are already rank 8 Celestials. Both of their hidden auras began to slowly rise. Heavenly, Tao energy started to fill the air with horrifying pressure. We are ranked 10th, while the one ranked 9th is already a rank 9 Celestial. In other words, the two of us are the strongest assassins below rank 9 Celestials. But you don't need to worry because first of all, they aren't within this region, so you won't run into them, and second, you will die to the two of us, so you don't need to worry about other assassins. In their eyes, Long Chen was already a turtle trapped in a jar. They weren't the slightest bit nervous. This confidence of theirs came from the countless souls that had died beneath their blades. Then let's see. Show me the amazing arts of your Bloodkill Hall. Divine Ring. 4-star Battle Armor. Green Dragon Battle Armor. Long Chen's divine ring revolved behind him. 4 stars appeared in his eyes and green scales covered his body. Berserk energy shook the 9 heavens. Both of their hearts shook. Although they had read the reports that Long Chen's cultivation base was extremely domineering and would bring his power to an extremely terrifying level, they still hadn't expected his power to have reached this level. Not daring to tarry, the manifestations of rank 8 Celestials erupted, and surprisingly 2 blood-colored runes appeared on their foreheads. These blood-colored runes linked up with their manifestations. The manifestation of a rank 8 Celestial was already terrifying enough, but now their manifestations began to rumble and emit even greater power. Boom! Long Chen's saber clashed with their swords. What shocked Long Chen was that even in terms of power, he was unable to find any advantage over them. Now he understood that the change in their manifestations allowed them to unleash a power that far surpassed ordinary rank 8 Celestials. Long Chen, you'll definitely die today. One of them stamped on the air and transformed into a shadow, shooting toward Long Chen, his sword slashing at him. Boom! Long Chen was shocked to find that the power behind this sword was so great that it sent him flying, and he almost coughed up blood. His arm was now a bit numb. Looking at his shock, that person indifferently said, the two of us can not only link up our minds, but even our heavenly Tao manifestations. When he's not attacking, I can use his heavenly Tao energy, and when I'm not attacking, he can use mine. Tell me, how are you supposed to fight against us? Just die in peace. Those who blaspheme the killing god must receive the killing god's punishment. This was Long Chen's first time hearing about such terrifying combination arts. However, such people were far too rare. Even twins wouldn't necessarily be able to connect their minds, and even if they did, could they both be such powerful geniuses? Blooddrinker danced in the air, and Long Chen's immortal platforms were all activated, giving him endless energy. That feeling of his power being too much for his body once more appeared, and a sour, numb feeling appeared. That was a sign that if he continued using the power of his immortal platforms, his body would collapse. Long Chen grumbled inside. 80% of his power was the limit. Any more and it would cause the opposite effect. If he used any more power, he would also be injured by it. He would end up taking more damage than his opponent, and not only would that waste the life energy in the primal chaos space, but it would also expose his weakness. The main problem was that their attacks were absolutely seamless. He didn't have any chance to unleash any big moves. Let alone Starfall or the 4th form of Split the Heavens. He wasn't even able to unleash the 3rd form of Split the Heavens, and the time it took him to use it was basically zero. Although the casting time had been reduced as much as possible, in front of these terrifying assassins with immense experience, all his big moves were interrupted, forcing him to constantly retreat. If it was a one-against-one, Long Chen would have many ways to pull the distance apart and unleash one of his powerful moves. But in this two-against-one, he had zero opportunity. It was the opposite. With two of their powerful rank 8 celestial manifestations supporting one person at a time, he was at an immense disadvantage. The two of them could unleash their powerful moves at will, while Long Chen could only use simple moves to block. It was far too sullen, but also something he was helpless about. Furthermore, Long Chen was infuriated by their irritating mouths. They were constantly saying some badass words. In truth, that was also a tactic. By angering a person and disrupting their mind, it would be easier for them to reveal a fatal opening. Long Chen, don't struggle so uselessly. There's no way for you to escape today, said one of them as his sword fell. Both their manifestations gave him power. It was basically cheating. Fuck off. Long Chen's boots suddenly began to shine, and with a single step he disappeared from that person's sight. He merely saw a figure shooting toward his twin. Careful, he's going over to you. That person hastily dispersed his heavenly Tao energy for his twin to use. Watch out, he had only just done that when he heard his brother's warning. PFFD, blood splashed as that person's waist was cut through. Just now, Long Chen had activated the king item fur boots on his feet, pushing his speed to his peak in an instant. But he hadn't charged at the other assassin, just simply flown into the air. The figure this person had seen was just some robes Long Chen had thrown out. Because he had gone too fast, he had merely seen a figure moving and hadn't been able to tell it was just clothing. Once he was duped, Long Chen appeared behind him, cutting him in half. Originally, Long Chen had thought this would be able to kill him. But as his saber had cut through him, the heavenly Tao energy he had scattered now returned, and it blocked the majority of Long Chen's power. As a result, he only managed to cut him in half without completely destroying him. Before Long Chen could attack again, the other assassin's sword slashed down. Space began to crazily twist with his attack, and he was clearly intent on forcing Long Chen to block him in order to give his twin some breathing room. Long Chen snorted and raised his left hand. It began to shine and directly met his sword. At the same time, Bloodrinker slashed toward the other assassin who had just reconnected his body. What? When Long Chen blocked with his arm guard, he suddenly sensed a gentle energy forcing his body to the side. He couldn't help being shocked. The Bloodco Hall's experts were truly amazing. In the instant the sword struck his arm protector, the assassin changed his move, going from a direct fierce hack to an absorptive move, causing his saber to deviate from its original path. As a result, the assassin Long Chen was attacking was merely sent flying. He wildly vomited blood, his body covered in cracks. Long Chen sighed with regret. He had just been the slightest bit off from killing him. Bloodco life-ending slash. The other assassin was shocked. Just now, his twin had almost been killed. He had never thought Long Chen would be able to fight back this well. In his fury, his sword suddenly exploded with light. Split the heavens 4. But using this kind of ultimate move also gave Long Chen time for his own move. Without even thinking about it, he directly used the fourth form of Split the Heavens. A huge saber image tore into the air, looking like it could cut through the river of stars. Boom, their attacks smashed together. After this long of an intense fight, this was the first clash of their ultimate moves. The ground exploded and chi waves raged. Both of them vomited a mouthful of blood. As for the other assassin, although he had already fled quite far, he was still struck by the chi waves and blown into the air, wildly vomiting blood. He fainted. Long Chen was covered in blood now, and he blessed his luck that he had only used a tenth of his immortal platforms to unleash the fourth form of Split the Heavens. If he had used a fourth like he had been doing before, he would definitely be heavily injured, if not dead. He was panting slightly after this intense battle. He had used up a great deal of his spiritual yuan, and their practically cheating cooperation arts had been extremely irritating to fight against. He had wasted a great deal of spiritual yuan to handle their fighting style. Long Chen stamped on the ground, chasing after them. Right now, the Bloodco Hall's assassin was carrying his unconscious twin and preparing to run. But how could Long Chen give up this chance to kill them? However, he had only taken a couple of steps when his expression changed. The fur boots on his feet lit up, and he turned and fled. Chapter 1207, Surrounded by Powerful Enemies. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had no choice but to run. He sensed three extremely terrifying auras rushing straight over here. Those three auras were different from the auras of ordinary cultivators. They possessed an ancient bloodline power, the specific aura of the ancient races. They had to be top geniuses of the ancient races. For the Bloodco Hall's experts and the ancient races, experts to appear at the same time, there was no chance of it being a coincidence. One of the four nations had definitely brought them. And it was very likely that these people had entered solely to kill him. So without even thinking about it, Long Chen ran. The fur boots on his feet lit up, and he crossed a dozen miles in a single step. He disappeared in an instant. He had only just disappeared when three experts arrived. Their leader was the eagle-eyed expert. At this time he had a huge pair of wings extended on his back, and he looked like a human-shaped bird. He started to chase after Long Chen, but he stopped, his expression sinking. "We're too late, he's already gone." "What a waste. If we had got here just one step sooner, he'd never have been able to run," said one of them, a large man with two long tusks protruding out of his mouth. His voice was very deep, and it rumbled through the air powerfully. Those two tusks didn't bend inwards but upwards like elephant tusks. In truth, this ancient race expert was a descendant of the human race and an ancient elephant race. He was born with innately great power. The other one didn't speak. His mouth was quite frightening. He had fangs and fur and was a member of a tiger race. Adding on the eagle-eyed expert, the ancient races had sent out three races, top junior disciples to kill Long Chen this time. The ancient races had the pride of the ancient races. They needed to use disciples in the same realm to kill Long Chen, or they would be mocked. The three of them were all rank 8 celestials, and they had extremely powerful bloodlines which allowed them to inherit divine arts. According to the ancient race's estimate, any one of them would be enough to kill Long Chen. But to be sure, they had still sent 3 of them, as well as a dozen rank 7 celestials. The reason they had sent so many people was because they wanted to kill Long Chen before the Bloodco Hall could get to him. If Long Chen was killed by the Bloodco Hall, he would become a stain on the ancient races, pride that they would never be able to wash away. Having sensed the battle, the 3 of them had rushed over. The eagle-eyed expert was the fastest, but he had still been one step too late. He wanted to chase, but he had already lost Long Chen's tracks. He couldn't sense which direction he had gone, so he was filled with fury. He had just been a bit away from being able to report a successfully accomplished mission, but just that little bit allowed Long Chen to escape. The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of them sneered. The acclaimed unrivaled assassins who can kill anyone below rank 9 celestials ended up like this. The Bloodco Hall really knows how to brag. "What do you think you're doing?" demanded the Bloodco Hall's assassin. "What am I doing? Before entering, your bragging was capable of shaking the heavens. Didn't you say that as long as you saw Long Chen, there would be no chance of him escaping, and so you refused to exchange communication devices with us? But instead, you were almost killed by Long Chen. Is the intelligence of the Bloodco Hall's disciples so low, you don't even understand what I'm saying?" sneered the ancient race expert. In truth, before entering this world, the Pill Tower's experts had told everyone to keep a communication device in case they noticed Long Chen and weren't sure they could kill him. They could release a signal in secret if they found him, and then everyone could gather to kill him. But the Bloodco Hall's experts were extremely prideful, and they were not in the habit of working together with others. Their arrogance had dissatisfied the ancient race's experts, and they had almost started fighting right there. So now seeing the Bloodco Hall's experts in such a miserable state, if they didn't throw some stones at them while they were down, the ancient race's experts would feel like they were letting them down, considering their braggart words back then. "HMPH, you have no qualifications to mock us. At least we managed to find Long Chen and exchange blows with him. But you weren't even able to touch a single strand of Long Chen's hair. You saw his shadow, but so what? The giant eagle race claimed to be unrivaled in speed was unable to even catch him, but has the face to mock others," sneered the Bloodco Hall's assassin. "Shameful things, you're asking for it." The elephant race expert roared, and his aura exploded, giving off a berserk pressure. The 2 assassins' expressions sank. As the reapers who moved in the dark, their greatest taboo was when people called them shameful. "Human-beast hybrids, you're the ones asking for it. Kill them." The assassins, cursing, infuriated the 3 ancient race experts, and the eagle-eyed expert took the lead in attacking. But the 2 assassins ended up using some unknown movement ability to escape their blockade in an instant. When they saw them again, They were already 100 miles away, disappearing in just a few blinks. "Let's chase and cut them down," roared the elephant race expert. Being called human-beast hybrids was an insult to all the ancient races. It was a blasphemy to their ancestors. The giant eagle race expert stopped them. "We'll handle the two of them later. Those shameful pieces of trash, they are skilled in running, and our chances of catching up to them are basically zero. Don't waste time on them. In truth, the two of them are very powerful, and the fact that Long Chen was able to injure them like this means we can't be careless. Split up and search for him, and warn the other disciples to keep their signals ready. Our mission is to kill Long Chen before the blood hall." The two of them nodded, and the three of them split up in search of Long Chen. Long Chen fled as quickly as possible, sighing regretfully. These two fur boots had truly helped him out. They had the ability of contracting the land between his steps, increasing his speed. He traveled through the air easily, and his close-range fighting ability would become even stronger as well. Fuck, those two twin assassins are way too ridiculous. Both of them are rank 8 Celestials. How the hell did that manage to happen? Long Chen was speechless inside. If he had been fighting just one of them, he wouldn't be afraid. Even without using the arm protector or the boots, he'd be able to kill them. But when the two worked together, their combat abilities multiplied, and their seamless cooperation and crafty tricks were very difficult to deal with. They had made his movements a mess, and if he hadn't used the arm protector and boots to heavily injure one, he wouldn't have even had a chance to use the fourth form of Split the Heavens. Most disheartening of all, despite using those two hidden treasures, he still hadn't been able to kill them. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense that the two of them still had many trump cards that they hadn't used. He only had this one chance to cut them down, but he hadn't succeeded. Next time, they definitely wouldn't give him such a good opportunity. In their first fight, those assassins had completely suppressed him. Now that they had experience in fighting him and had forced out his trump cards, it would be even more dangerous. As for those three auras that had appeared at the end, they had also been extremely terrifying. Their auras had caused his scalp to turn numb. That meant they had the power to push him to the brink of death. Long Chen was now sure that he was being targeted within the Four Nations' ancient remnant. Someone had set up a death trap for him. These people were different from Li Wanji or Zia Yuluo. They were true experts, and their cultivation bases were piled up from the lives of countless experts. Although they were both in the late Foundation forging realm and also rank 8 Celestials, in terms of combat power, these people were many times stronger than Li Wanji. Long Chen's heart felt a bit heavy now. Before he could even think of coming up with a way to handle those twin assassins, another 3 more terrifying ancient race experts arrived. Now there were 5 rank 8 Celestials after him, and he didn't dare to go head-on against them. What worried him the most was a certain bad feeling he had. There was no way the Grand Zia would have let those people in, so they had to have entered from either the Grand Han, Grand Zhou, or Grand Chu. Regardless of which ancient nation they had come from, his main worry was their goal. One nation had brought in enough people to exterminate the elites of all the other 3 ancient nations. If that nation was cooperating with the Blood Hall and ancient races, then their goal was even more worrisome. Long Chen knew that, in accordance with the Four Nations Agreement, each nation was permitted to allow at most 1 outsider disciple to enter the Four Nations' ancient remnant. Furthermore, their cultivation base could not surpass the average cultivation base of all the disciples. Long Chen's cultivation base was only at the 4th heaven stage of Foundation forging, while the experts that entered the Four Nations' ancient remnant were at least at the 8th heaven stage of Foundation forging. Over half were at the 9th heaven stage, and a portion of those people had reached the peak of that realm. So the Grand Zia hadn't broken the terms by doing this, but others had clearly gone against their treaty, making Long Chen feel a sense of dread. He hoped he hadn't brought the Grand Zia trouble. Long Chen was rushing away quickly in hopes of finding a good place to rest when Huo Long suddenly gave him a warning of danger. Heaven and earth suddenly shook as flames filled the air. Everything within thousands of miles was locked down by flame chains. Long Chen instantly became a fish caught in a net. Chapter 1208 Danchu. Translator Born to Be. These countless flame chains had appeared without any warning, sealing all of heaven and earth. Long Chen had instantly stopped upon sensing the danger, but he was already trapped. This had happened far too suddenly, as if it had been set up perfectly right for him. But Long Chen hadn't sensed the slightest danger. Long Chen was extremely confident in the 9-star Hegemon body art. Other than those twin assassins who were able to absorb each other's killing intent, Any evil intentions toward him would be sensed, but something like the twin assassins was far too rare. Long Chen quickly came up with a hypothesis that perhaps the 9-star Hegemon body art was only most sensitive to killing intent. Perhaps because his opponent didn't want to kill him, they had managed to elude the 9-star Hegemon body art's senses. As for Xuanhuan, by the time it sensed the danger, it was too late. Violet flames had filled the world around him, and there was nowhere to run. A flame appeared in the air, condensing into an extremely young, long-haired man. His complexion was fair, and his eyes were electric. Violet flame runes were leaping in his eyes. Long Chen sensed extremely terrifying energy coming from him. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan began to grow agitated. It told him that this man controlled an incredibly powerful earth flame. Earth flames had sharp senses toward each other, as well as an innate hostility. They all devoured each other to grow. But what shocked Long Chen was that Xuanhuan was afraid of this violet flame. In other words, this flame had surpassed the realm that Xuanhuan could handle. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands. The man in violet flames looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. He was standing in the air, looking at him as if he was prey that was stuck in a trap and had nowhere to go. He was the hunter, in complete control. "You are from the Pill Tower?" asked Long Chen. Long Chen sensed the specific aura and spiritual fluctuations of an alchemist. There was no doubt that this person was an alchemist, and for him to be so young and possess such a cultivation base already, as well as such a terrifying earth flame, he had to be from the Pill Tower. "My name is Dan Chu." The man indifferently looked at Long Chen, not exactly answering his question. Long Chen's pupils shrank slightly. He suddenly recalled that he had heard this name before. The one claimed to be the 7-star tower's #1 alchemist genius is you. The 7-star tower was one of the central plains, 9 pill towers. They went from the 1-star tower to the 9-star tower. The central plains was just too huge, and there needed to be 9 pill towers spread throughout its territory. Each one of them was in charge of one area. The 9 pill towers rarely had any dealings with each other because they were so far apart. They all simply followed Pill Valley's instructions. As for the 7-star tower, it was located in the eastern region of the Central Plains. It had countless experts of the pill Tao, and they were in charge of the medicinal pill supply within this region. During his interactions with the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's alchemy pavilion, he had heard Dan Chu's name. He was the 7-star tower's top genius, with unrivaled pill arts and terrifying combat powers. "Since you know my name, there's no need for me to do anything. Allow yourself to be captured. There's no point in struggling," said Dan Chu coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. "Originally, with my status, capturing you like this isn't even a win for me. But my time is precious, and I don't have time for you to recover. Allowing yourself to be captured is your only option." The flames around Dan Chu were constantly leaping, making him look like a flame god looking down on Long Chen. "Ha ha ha ha!" Long Chen couldn't help but laugh as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. If these words came from those 2 assassins or the 3 idiots of the ancient races, perhaps I'd be able to accept them. But from you, perhaps you might not believe me when I say this, but I happen to be the true ancestor of you children playing with fire. Right now, Long Chen's spiritual yuan had been exhausted. Any other rank 8 celestial might have the power to kill him, but only this person was an exception. "Contemptible little brat, be suppressed." Dan Chu's expression sank. As an alchemy genius and a possessor of a terrifying earth flame, he had never encountered someone who was a match for him in the same realm, whether it was in the Pill Tao or Martial Tao. Long Chen's shameless boast as the ancestor of playing with fire was the greatest disrespect to the entire Pill Tao. Dan Chu waved his hand, and flame runes fell from the sky like a river of stars, enveloping Long Chen. Right now, the entire world was filled with flames. As Dan Chu attacked, the chains didn't show the slightest sign of weakening or budging. This was to prevent Long Chen from escaping. Long Chen formed hand seals, forming a flame barrier around himself that blocked these violet flames. But Long Chen's expression quickly changed. He found these violet flames were capable of burning anything. They were even starting to incinerate his flames. "HMPH, my soul-devouring violet flame is ranked 36th on the Earth Flame rankings. As for your Earth Flame, it probably can't even enter the top 50. Just what are you supposed to take out to fight me?" sneered Dan Chu. In his eyes, Long Chen's struggle was like a bug trying to stop a carriage. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was low right now, and this would only cause his spiritual yuan to run out faster. Don't try to use your own little experience to judge other people's strength. That will only show how stupid you are, sneered Long Chen, feigning calm. But his voice was clearly lacking confidence. He was clearly forcing himself, and he was even starting to sweat. His earth flame was fundamentally unable to contend against the soul-devouring violet flame. Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, Long Chen had obtained multiple earth flames that Hue Long had devoured, allowing it to grow. But it truly was, as Dan Chu said, there was no way its power would allow it to enter the top 50 on the earth flame rankings. It probably wouldn't even be able to enter the top 60. The difference between the two was too great. Continuing like this was hopeless for Long Chen. Long Chen, I'll give you one chance. Hand over your treasure that allows you to raise other people's celestial ranks, and I will allow you to become my follower. You'll receive 100 times better treatment than if you stayed in your Xuanhuan Dao sect, said Dan Chu upon seeing Long Chen bitterly enduring. His spiritual yuan was rapidly running out. Long Chen's heart shook, so others had already set their sights on his treasures. I don't have any such treasure, nor do I have any secrets. All your little schemes were useless. Don't even think about obtaining anything, said Long Chen through clenched teeth. In truth, Long Chen's mind was rapidly working. Just who had exposed this secret? According to reason, the Xuan master had already taken responsibility for the raising of the Dragonblood Legion's celestial ranks. That should make it so people didn't suspect him, and even if there were suspicions, they should only be suspicions. But Dan Chu's tone showed that he was completely sure of this. That puzzled Long Chen. That was why Long Chen was being ambiguous. With his last sentence, he even ended up contradicting himself. HMPH, you refuse to admit it. Xuan Jizzy assured the Tower Master with his own head that you have some kind of amazing treasure. If you hand it over right now, it won't be too late. My promise to you will still hold. As Dan Chu said this, he sent more violet flames to wrap around Long Chen, not giving him any breathing room. He rapidly exhausted Long Chen's spiritual yuan, not giving him time to think, forcing him to make a decision. Long Chen immediately understood. So it was that bastard Xuan Jizzy. It was this fellow's scheming that had incited the Pill Tower to target him. Thinking of this, he also realized that everything happening within the Four Nations' ancient remnant would also be under the control of the Pill Tower. Without the Pill Tower's support, the Grand Hand definitely wouldn't have had the guts to so publicly break the treaty between the Four Nations. Now they had Pill Valley's support and were working together with the Blood Hall and the ancient races. He had long since heard that amongst the Four Nations, the Grand Zia had the worst relationship with the Pill Tower. The biggest reason for this was the Wine God Palace. As for the nation with the best relationship with Pill Tower, it would have to be the Grand Han. Then, based on various indications that the Grand Han had run into a wall with the Wine God Palace and had to entirely throw themselves to the Pill Tower, everything logically fell into place. Seeing Long Chen was still bitterly enduring, Dan Chu was a bit shocked. Long Chen's tenacity was greater than he had imagined. Even after this long, he was still enduring. Your struggle has no meaning. I don't mind telling you that this time, the Grand Han is preparing to devour the elites of all the other three nations. With Xuan Jizzy's help, the other three nations' elites have lost their connection to their dragon veins. In other words, the Grand Zia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu's princes will be unable to draw out their dragon vein energy to support themselves in battle, making them much weaker than normal. Perhaps they've already died to the Grand Hand's experts. No one will come to save you, said Dan Chu indifferently. This was a mental tactic. He hoped to use this to break Long Chen's defenses and have him hand over his treasures and secrets. People were all greedy. Dan Chu hoped to get Long Chen's treasures and secrets for himself. If he could, he didn't want to give them to the Tower Master, Dan Tang. HMPH, is the Grand Han not afraid of the other three nations learning the truth and joining hands to destroy them? Asked Long Chen coldly. Learning the truth. Once they're killed due to the lost connection with their dragon veins, not even their emperors will know who did it. The truth is, some mysterious life forms appeared in the Four Nations' ancient remnant this time, and they slaughtered the Four Nations' experts. 3 of those nations' elites were all killed, while the Grand Han also took heavy losses, with only a few imperial disciples managing to escape. What do you think about this truth? Sneered Dan Chu. So what you're saying is that once this truth is announced, when the Grand Zia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu target the Grand Han, your Pill Tower will come to stand behind the Grand Han, demanded Long Chen. But of course, the truth needs to be defended by others. The Grand Han will have my Pill Tower's support, as well as the ancient race's protection. and if the three nations refuse to behave, the Bloodkill Hall will pay them a bit of special attention. Tell me, what kind of waves could the three nations possibly cause? Dan Chu's voice was completely indifferent, but his words caused Long Chen's killing intent to rise. Chapter 1209 Stealing. Translator Born to Be. The cultivation world was just that shameless. As long as you were strong enough, you didn't need to have any misgivings about whatever you did. The truth could be changed at any time to suit your needs. As for whether other people believed it or not, it didn't matter. Either they had to agree that it was true, or you would kill them. This was an extremely bald-faced scheme without any skill or substance, but they also didn't need such a thing. In fact, the simpler it was, the better. A while ago, Long Chen had even asked the Xuanhuan master why the Central Plains experts didn't use their heads. And the Xuanhuan master had clearly replied that experts didn't need to use their heads. That was too troublesome. All they needed was enough power. Now the Grand Han was a perfect example. With a powerful backer, they didn't need a marvelous scheme, nor were they afraid of others knowing the truth. That was because everyone had to believe their truth, the truth of the Pill Tower. Those who didn't believe would have killers come to their doors. The cultivation world was simply this shameless, this roguish. Do you really think your Pill Tower can be so overbearing and conceal the truth from the masses? Demanded Long Chen, his killing intent spreading. He knew that Xia Yunchang and Xia Yuluo were in danger right at this moment. No one could have predicted that the Grand Han would have such crazy ambitions of borrowing the strength of other powers to devour the other three nations. This danger had come far too suddenly, and without any premonitions. Correct? My Pill Tower is the heavens in this region, and Pill Valley is the heavens of the entire Martial Heaven continent. As for you people, you are just ants who can only rely on us to live. If we want you to die, you'll have to obediently wait for your death. Sometimes being dumb is another kind of intelligence. As for those idiots who like to think of themselves as smart, their deaths are always the most miserable. I don't mind telling you this. Even once the Grand Xia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou's elites are all killed, there won't be any war. First, let's ignore the pressure of Pill Valley, the assistance of the ancient races, and the threat of the Bloodkill Hall. The hypocritical, sanctimonious people of the three nations won't truly start a war. They don't want their citizens to be drawn into it, because in any war, whether you win or lose, it's always the common citizens that have the highest casualties. The Grand Xia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou care too much about those ants' lives. On the other hand, the Grand Han knows that battle is just this cruel. The goal of a battle is to win more resources, so the Grand Han dared to do this. That's why it's fated that the Grand Xia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou that have lost a third of their dragon veins, karmic luck, are doomed to decline. They don't dare to fight due to their own soft-heartedness. Furthermore, they're afraid of other sects participating, so their decline is set in stone. As for the Grand Han, they'll have devoured the three nations' karmic luck, eventually dominating all four nations. There's no suspense at all. So do you understand now? Not only is it impossible for you to escape, but the Grand Xia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou have no chance either. Submitting to me now is your only chance of survival. Not only will I let you live, but I'll also let you live grandly. Abandon your meaningless struggle. Dan Chu looked at Long Chen confidently, seeming omnipotent in his current state. Anyone would feel a sense of powerlessness if their positions were switched with Long Chen. But Dan Chu had no idea that Long Chen was recording everything he was saying with a photographic Jade in the primal chaos space. His eyes were the windows to the photographic Jade. Everything he saw, everything he heard, it was all stealthily recorded. Dan Chu was fundamentally unable to sense it. Right now, he was saying all this to make Long Chen submit to him. He wanted to take Long Chen's treasures for himself. Although he could win against Long Chen, he might lose out on his treasures. If he pushed Long Chen too far and gave him no hope, Long Chen might destroy his secrets and kill himself. So he was not only breaking Long Chen's hope step by step and fracturing his Tao heart, but he was also giving him enticement. After all, he came from the Pill Tower. In his eyes, the Pill Tower was a supreme existence, while others were ants. He thought anyone would treat joining the Pill Tower as the glory of a lifetime. But Dan Chu gradually became more and more shocked. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was clearly growing weaker and weaker, but he was unable to exhaust that final little bit that Long Chen had left. Once Long Chen had no more spiritual yuan, he would be Dan Chu's prisoner and could be taken away. Right now, he didn't dare to suddenly unleash his full power. He wanted Long Chen to completely exhaust himself to the point that he didn't even have the power to kill himself. Long Chen, as long as you swear your loyalty to me, I definitely won't kill you. Following me will be your life's glory. It'll be 100 times better than whatever life the Xuanhuan Dao sect can give you. Right now, Long Chen had descended into silence, delighting Dan Chu. Although he made his voice sound grave, he couldn't conceal all his excitement. He thought Long Chen's confidence was starting to be rattled, so he directly gave him his promise. But in truth, this promise was no different than a fart. So what if he swore he wouldn't kill Long Chen? This was a con that could not be more overused. Couldn't he just tell someone else to kill Long Chen, and that wouldn't be breaking his promise? Long Chen stared at Dan Chu without saying a word, seeming to be hesitating but unable to make a decision. No problem, you can slowly consider it. I'll give you enough time, said Dan Chu. Long Chen's expression didn't change, but he was delighted inside. Enough time. Good, those were exactly the words he had been waiting to hear. Dan Chu's cultivation base was at the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging. He was a rank 8 celestial and in control of the 36th ranked earth flame. However, Dan Chu would never have imagined that there would be someone capable of controlling fire, to the point that they would not only be able to resist his flames, but would even be able to extract his spiritual yuan from those flames without him even sensing it. With his pill sovereign memories, when it came to controlling flames, Long Chen could be rated as unrivaled beneath the heavens. Furthermore, Huo Long could cooperate perfectly with him. As Long Chen stealthily extracted Dan Chu's spiritual yuan, Huo Long also devoured the energy of this flame. Using a special technique, Long Chen put on the illusion that he was getting exhausted, but was actually absorbing all of Dan Chu's spiritual yuan to make up for his exhausted spiritual yuan. Seeing Long Chen seem to be considering his promise, Dan Chu became even more confident. For him, the worst case had been Long Chen going crazy, but now this method of slowly boiling the frog was being very effective. The two of them didn't speak for a while. Dan Chu's expression was calm, while Long Chen's was a bit nervous. Sweat began to drip from his head. An hour later, Long Chen's body was starting to quiver. After 2 hours, the quivering became more intense. Life was like a play that required acting skills. Long Chen was now ashen, covered in sweat, but his gaze was complicated, as if he was caught between two difficult options. It was like he was trying to decide the hardest thing in his life. Dan Chu was starting to smile. He continued to use his spiritual yuan to control his flames and surround Long Chen. From the start, he had been maintaining the same output. He could sense that victory was in sight. These 2 hours had been extremely important. It was like refining pills. He couldn't be impatient and had to be calm and steady. As an alchemist, Dan Chu was deeply aware of this principle. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. When the 6th hour passed, Dan Chu finally felt that something was wrong. He was shocked to find that he had unconsciously used up 30% of his spiritual yuan, while Long Chen still looked like he was on the verge of breaking. His sense of alarm finally rang. Bastard, you dare to con me. Dan Chu tested his suspicions by gradually increasing his output. Finding that Long Chen didn't react much, he knew he had been duped. The flames that filled the world suddenly shot at Long Chen. Flame chains tried to bind him. Haha, it's too late, laughed Long Chen. His spiritual yuan had recovered by 20%, filling him with confidence. A huge flame dragon appeared. It was Huo Long. But Huo Long was different from before. Its original blood color had now turned violet. It was emitting greater power than ever before. Because of Dan Chu's overconfidence and his greed for Long Chen's treasures and secrets, he hadn't noticed his own spiritual yuan or flame energy had dropped a great deal. Now that he sensed it, he realized Long Chen's flame dragon had already grown much stronger. Furthermore, it was releasing violet flames. It opened its mouth and actually devoured the flame chains coming toward it. Bastard, you damn bastard. Dan Chu's expression changed. He sensed his earth flame energy being devoured by Huo Long in that instant. Forming hand seals, a huge violet sword appeared behind Dan Chu. Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying pressure crashed down. This was a terrifying attack. If it struck Huo Long, it would very likely collapse and have its core injured. Although Huo Long had devoured quite a bit of the soul-devouring violet flame, the power difference between them had been too great. Right now, it would be not bad for Huo Long's power to be able to enter the top 50 of the Earth Flame rankings. If it was struck, the consequences would be terrible. Pow! Just as Dan Chu was forming hand seals and about to unleash this terrifying attack, The boots on Long Chen's feet lit up, and with a single step, he appeared in front of Dan Chu, slapping him across the face. Dan Chu didn't notice any danger. He merely sensed his vision darken for an instant before he felt his face become numb, and he was sent flying. Originally, Long Chen had thought that perhaps this blow would be able to kill Dan Chu. Although he hadn't had any killing intent behind it or stored up any power, considering his current strength, a physically weak alchemist should still not be able to bear it. But just as his palm had been about to land on Dan Chu's face, countless flame runes had appeared around it, blocking 90% of his force. However, it didn't stop his palm from sending Dan Chu flying. The forming of his sword was interrupted and it collapsed. Xuanhuan had already flown out. The huge sword collapsed into flame runes once it was interrupted by Long Chen, and Xuanhuan devoured them all. Dan Chu was shocked and infuriated at being slapped. Just now, he had felt Long Chen's slap to be far too strange. There hadn't been the slightest omen before he had been struck. If it hadn't been for his pill flame automatically protecting him, his head would have exploded. Just at this moment, a blood-colored saber image soared into the clouds, cutting through heaven and earth. Bringing with it an air of death, it slashed toward Dan Chu. Chapter 12:10 The chicken flies away, the eggs break. Translator Born to Be. The saber image was like blood cutting through the air. A sensation of death caused all of Dan Chu's hair to stand on end. Raging flame, heaven-raising shield, roared Dan Chu, a violet flame shield condensing before him. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and flame waves spread in every direction. Long Chen was actually sent flying. Long Chen was shocked. What terrifying flame energy, what a powerful flame magical art, and what refined control. There were rapid fluctuations coming from the shield that had caused him to rebound. Be suppressed. Dan Chu's expression was dark. Upon forming hand seals, the surrounding flame prison unleashed countless flame serpents. Those flame serpents shot toward Long Chen, but just as he unleashed this move, Dan Chu's expression changed. In his fury, he had forgotten that Long Chen still had his powerful flame dragon. The huge flame dragon roared and devoured tens of thousands of the flame serpents in one gulp. Those flame serpents were all 3,000 meters long, while the flame dragon was 30,000 meters long. But Xuanhuan had awakened an innate ability, and its mouth was like a black hole twisting space, allowing it to devour all those flame serpents in one gulp. You really are courting death. Dan Chu's expression sank. He was just about to control the devoured flame serpents to attack the flame dragon from the inside when he suddenly sensed that they had disappeared. At the same time, he was infuriated to find that yet another portion of his flame energy had been consumed. He was unable to sense it. Then when he thought about it, it was completely bizarre that this flame dragon was capable of devouring his energy. Those flame serpents contained his spiritual strength. They should have exploded and destroyed the flame dragon once they were consumed. But once something was devoured by Xuanhuan, Long Chen could instantly draw it into the primal chaos space, and the primal chaos space had never disappointed him. The flame serpents had all of Dan Chu's spiritual strength erased from them when they entered the primal chaos space. Becoming ownerless objects, they were easily devoured by Xuanhuan. But these flames were too powerful, and Xuanhuan was unable to instantly refine them. It returned to Long Chen's arm. Long Chen sensed his spiritual yuan rising once more. Xuanhuan's gulp hadn't just devoured the flame energy, it had also devoured a large amount of spiritual yuan, allowing Long Chen to recover even more. As expected, you have to have some treasure on you. Hand it over. Dan Chu suddenly spread his hands, and a golden spear appeared between them. Shockingly, this golden spear was not a true martial item, but formed of flames. Dan Chu was actually in control of a kind of golden flame as well. The spear pierced toward Long Chen, causing space to release explosive sounds. Heaven and earth shook. Boom, Bloodrinker slashed onto the spear, surprisingly causing a metallic clashing sound. Then space exploded. Bastard, you actually stole my spiritual yuan as well. This attack caused both sides to be blown back. Dan Chu was shocked and infuriated. He sensed his own aura within the spiritual yuan Long Chen was releasing. He was shocked that Long Chen had such a bizarre technique and furious that he had actually been duped. If he had gone all out at the beginning, he'd have easily handled him. But after Long Chen's stalling tactic, a great deal of his spiritual yuan had been stolen. Moreover, after Xuanhuan had devoured his flame serpents, he had 40% of his spiritual yuan stolen by it. For Long Chen to use his own spiritual yuan against him made him want to explode. Thinking of Long Chen's act and how he had fallen for it, he knew Long Chen had to have been laughing at him inside for being an idiot. Die, Dan Chu roared, runes lighting up all over his body. The manifestation of a rank 8 celestial appeared, and raging flames wrapped around him, turning him into a flaming battle god. Divine Ring, Battle Armor, Flame Support. Long Chen also unleashed his power. His divine ring manifested, and 4 stars appeared in his eyes. At the same time, flames also wrapped around Long Chen. This was a flame technique he had learned from the Xuanhuan catalog. When fighting against normal people, it didn't have too much use, but it was a must-have technique for fighting alchemists. Without the protection of his own flames, there was no way to fight in close range without being roasted. Seeing the flames around Long Chen, Dan Chu almost coughed up blood. Those were violet flames that looked almost identical to his own flame. The fluctuations were just somewhat weaker. Long Chen hadn't just stolen his spiritual yuan, he had also stolen the power of his earth flame. Previously, Long Chen's earth flame had been trash in Dan Chu's eyes, but now it was only somewhat weaker than his. He felt like he was about to go crazy. "You shameless little thief!" Dan Chu could no longer remain calm. His expression was twisted in anger. "Idiot, if I'm a little thief, then you're a big thief. What's the difference? You're allowed to forcibly take what's mine, but I can't sneakily take what's yours. Is your head only full of shit?" taunted Long Chen. Although Long Chen was insulting him inside, he was extremely shocked. This soul-devouring violet flame was truly worthy of being ranked 36th on the Earth Flame rankings. It was incredibly powerful. While this Earth Flame raged, Long Chen could sense it burning at the very heavens. He felt the world's energy being extracted by the flame and converted to his spiritual yuan. With the divine ring and the soul-devouring violet flame's power, he would be able to recover his spiritual yuan at a shocking pace. He estimated that instead of taking several days like before, he would only need a few hours to fully recover. What Long Chen didn't know was that this soul-devouring violet flame was a treasure countless alchemists would long for. Other than just its immense power, it also had an innate ability to devour heaven and earth's energy, allowing alchemists to recover their spiritual yuan and spiritual strength very quickly. With the soul-devouring violet flame, alchemists wouldn't need to worry about running out of spiritual yuan or spiritual strength for alchemy. Furthermore, they wouldn't need to be afraid of a long fight if they had it. "Shameless little thief, die!" Dan Chu was growing insane from anger. He was the one most aware of the soul-devouring violet flame's power. Long Chen's almost exhausted spiritual yuan was growing stronger and stronger. This had all been stolen from Dan Chu. Boom! Dan Chu's golden spear smashed toward Long Chen. Violet flames appeared on Bloodrinker as Long Chen slashed it at the spear. Space exploded and wildly twisted. Their weapons were tightly locked against each other. "This is your true core flame. It's not bad." Blocking the golden spear and unleashing all his power, Long Chen could sense a mountain-toppling power coming from it. This golden spear was like real metal, yet also not. It was a kind of flame that had been condensed to the pinnacle. It was extremely strange. This spear seemed to be hiding a volcano. Endless power was pouring out of it. With Long Chen's immense power, to not be able to send an alchemist flying showed that this golden flame was definitely not ordinary. "You despicable little thief, you have no qualification to ask what it is," roared Dan Chu. He suddenly sent a kick at Long Chen's stomach. Flames formed a sharp point on his foot. If struck, Long Chen would be left with a hole in his abdomen. Long Chen sneered. With just a glance, he could tell that this fellow had no combat experience. Just as Dan Chu's foot was about to touch him, he fiercely pushed his saber forward. Originally, they were equally matched, but because Dan Chu had sent out a kick, it caused his upper body to lose strength. As a result, Long Chen could push him away and his kick missed. "Idiot, I admire your courage to fight close range against me." As Dan Chu's foot flew by Long Chen's chest, Long Chen's foot made a graceful arc through the air to land almost perfectly on Dan Chu's exposed crotch. Bang! The sound of something like an egg exploding rang out. Dan Chu shot back like a shooting star. At the same time, he let out a mournful shriek. Slamming into his own prison, an explosive sound rang out. That place was the root of carrying on a cultivator's ancestral line. This place could not be strengthened through cultivation unless you no longer cared about having progeny. Human cultivation allowed one to escape from old age and death, to become a god or immortal. In itself, cultivation was fundamentally a way to change the restrictions of the world. Reproduction was the essence of the human Tao, while cultivation was fundamentally a process of comprehending the heavenly Taos and escaping the human Tao. During this process, the only thing maintained of the human Tao was the root of reproduction. Unless someone felt that they were just on the verge of becoming a god or immortal, they wouldn't abandon that reproductive ability. Doing such a thing would require the courage of cutting off all the paths of retreat, but if they failed in the end, they would never get another son capable of carrying on their inheritance. As for cultivators who didn't become a god or immortal, once they reached their limit, they could continue leaving behind future generations, passing on their own powerful bloodlines. Then their descendants would be essentially standing on their shoulders as they cultivated. Those descendants would have better starting points than others and would reach the peak of the martial path easier. Their accomplishments could surpass their ancestors before they once more passed on their bloodlines. In the end, someone might be able to become a god or immortal. That was why basically all cultivators would keep their reproductive abilities in contrast to their cultivation, which was why that spot was a fatal weak point for almost all male cultivators. This kick caused Dan Chu to lose the chicken and lose his eggs. Even his pubic bone was almost broken by this kick. Without his pill flame protecting himself, he would have exploded from the impact. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked that he hadn't killed him. Just now, he had even used his king item boots. But then seeing Dan Chu's broken robes had exposed a golden soft armor on his body, he suddenly realized that he wasn't the only one who possessed special king items. Without giving him any time to breathe, Long Chen shot after Dan Chu. This is an expression Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, literally meaning the chicken flies away and the eggs are broken. It means to lose everything. But in this case, the eggs are his testicles and the chicken is his penis, as it's slang for penis. Chapter 12, 11 Bloodline Golden Flame. Translator Born to Be. Raging Flame Barrier. Dan Chu roared furiously. His voice was hoarse and cracked now. Countless flame runes shot over from the surrounding prison. In truth, the majority of Dan Chu's power was condensed within this huge flame prison, as he was afraid of Long Chen using some secret technique to run away. But now, he had no choice but to draw out the power he had used in the prison. 3 slashes of Long Chen's saber were consecutively blocked by the flame barrier. As for Dan Chu, he was holding his crotch, constantly rolling on the ground and wailing. The pain made it so he couldn't focus on the battle. If it hadn't been for the prison he had set up in advance, he would have already died. His life rod had been destroyed. That pain was unimaginable, even though he was using heavenly Tao energy to heal it. Heavenly Tao energy had a very limited effect on recovering the root of the human Tao. At this time, Dan Chu could only use the flame barrier to stall for some time while he suppressed the pain. Then he would be able to continue fighting. Hearing that Long Chen's strikes were continuously blocked by his defenses, Dan Chu relaxed. He hastily swallowed a medicinal pill to suppress the pain. Otherwise, with that intense pain racking his body, let alone fighting, he wouldn't even have the ability to stand. Long Chen, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Dan Chu was filled with hatred. In all his years, he had never suffered this much. This kick from Long Chen severed his ability to carry on his ancestral line. Even though the pill tower had tens of thousands of amazing medicinal pills that could allow him to regrow it, it would only have the form. Its function would very likely never recover. Long Chen continuously attacked the flame barrier, but he was unable to break it. That made Dan Chu calm down, and he focused on recovering. A minute passed. Dan Chu finally managed to suppress the pain, but his expression suddenly changed. In just this 1 minute, he sensed his prison had weakened a great deal. Long Chen was constantly striking the barrier with Blooddrinker, while Xuanhuan was coiled around the prison, greedily devouring its energy. The only reason Long Chen was attacking the barrier was to draw Dan Chu's attention, so that Xuanhuan would have more time to devour the flame energy. Xuanhuan greedily absorbed the flame energy. The violet color of its flames grew deeper, and its aura also grew stronger. Bastard, you're still stealing. Boom, Dan Chu roared, and the prison he had made shook. He was trying to throw off Xuanhuan, but he suddenly found that in just this 1 minute, Xuanhuan had grown too strong, while the amount of energy within his prison had shrunk. He was unable to throw it off. Don't be so petty. You have too much flame energy inside you, making your temper bad. It's not good for young people to be so angry all the time. Look at yourself, at how flustered and exasperated you are. That's a clear sign you are holding too many flames inside. That's why I was helping you, saving your life, said Long Chen wickedly upon seeing the crazed Dan Chu. Die, Dan Chu roared, his hair fluttering in the air and flames coiling around him. Heaven and earth shook, the world suddenly became clear. That was because the huge flame prison had disappeared. After reabsorbing the energy within this flame prison, Dan Chu's aura instantly reached his peak. He waved his hand, the golden spear shooting toward Long Chen. Long Chen also called back Huo Long. A large amount of spiritual yuan poured into his body. Just now Huo Long had not only devoured Dan Chu's flame energy, but it had also taken away a huge amount of his spiritual yuan. Boom, saber and spear once more collided, unleashing huge flame waves. The world ignited, causing space to twist. Bastard, I will flay the skin from your body and pull out every muscle and bone you have. Now Dan Chu had recalled his flame prison, unleashing a full power attack, but he was only an even match against Long Chen. That wasn't because Long Chen had grown stronger, but because he had taken so much of Dan Chu's spiritual yuan and flame energy. That made Dan Chu so angry that he felt like he might die. He had clearly been stronger than Long Chen, but because he had been too careful, things had ended up like this. The two of them began an intense battle, flames filling the air. Although Dan Chu was infuriated due to his previous experience, he no longer dared to fight Long Chen at close range. He unleashed huge spear images that struck at Long Chen from a distance. Long Chen brandished Blooddrinker, defending 70% of the time. He did his best to avoid head-on collisions. With the help of the divine ring and soul-devouring violet flame, he was recovering energy as he fought. Long Chen's exhausted spiritual yuan had recovered to about a third. As long as he didn't use a big move, his spiritual yuan would only continue recovering. The longer the battle dragged on, the more beneficial it was to him. At this time, Dan Chu's expression changed. He finally realized that if this continued, his situation would only grow worse. His spiritual yuan was also recovering, but it wasn't recovering as fast as Long Chen's. Furthermore, while spiritual yuan could be quickly recovered, there was no way for him to recover the flame energy Long Chen had stolen from him. Bloodline Golden Flame, Dan Chu finally calmed down. Upon clenching his teeth, a circular rune appeared on his forehead. Light began to spin within it until it became a blazing sun. A mass of golden flames burst out of Dan Chu's body. Once the golden flames burst out, his soul-devouring violet flame was like oil being boiled. It unleashed a terrifying pressure that caused space to rumble. Long Chen, did you think that by stealing that little bit of flame energy from me you could match me? Idiot, keep dreaming. I'll show you the true difference between us, the power that trash like you couldn't compare to even if you cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Dan Chu icily glared at the distant Long Chen, floating in the air with golden flames erupting from him. Long Chen was deeply shaken. This golden flame seemed like a king amongst flames. Any other flames would have to lower their heads to it. But for some unknown reason, Long Chen felt a kind of loathing and hatred in the depths of his soul for this golden flame. Dan Chu raised his spear. Golden flames soared out of it, and a terrifying pressure erupted. Whether Long Chen fled to the heavens or to hell, this spear would follow him. This terrifying lock was unavoidable, but Long Chen felt no fear. Green Dragon Battle Armor. A terrifying aura now also soared out of Long Chen. His immortal platforms began to rapidly revolve. Long Chen's skin suddenly exploded and cracks appeared all over him, blood spurting out. His body was unable to bear his own power. Boom! Blooddrinker smashed into Dan Chu's golden spear. Dan Chu coughed up a mouthful of blood, while blood mist exploded out of Long Chen. His physical body couldn't bear the power of his 108,000 immortal platforms. He was completely covered in blood now. But he had still managed to block Dan Chu's full-strength attack. Saber and spear were perfectly matched, with flames destroying the surroundings. This had been a world-shaking collision. Both of them were unleashing their full power, but neither was able to overwhelm the other. Dan Chu's fury became shock. He had never expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying trump card. I'll let you die in peace. Dan Chu's aura changed. Suddenly, endless flames flew toward him from every direction. At the same time, chanting filled the air like the murmuring of gods. Long Chen sneered. The Nirvana scripture. Didn't he know that as well? At the same time as Dan Chu started using the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen started using it as well. Chanting suddenly rang out, chanting that was different from the previous chanting. This chanting was even more majestic, and it clearly rang out in Dan Chu's ears. His expression changed. "How can you know my Pill Valley's Nirvana scripture?" Long Chen ignored him and unleashed the full power of the Nirvana scripture. Heaven and earth shook. The world's flame energy poured toward Long Chen. The flames around him looked like oil that had been tossed inside, and they soared toward the sky. This is impossible." Dan Chu roared furiously. He couldn't believe this. How could Long Chen know Pill Valley's secret art, the Nirvana scripture? The most unbelievable thing was that when Long Chen used the Nirvana scripture, all the flame energy that he had gathered was snatched away by Long Chen. Dan Chu refused to accept this. Long Chen wasn't just snatching heaven and earth's flame energy, he was even taking his core flame. If this continued, let alone fighting Long Chen, all his flame energy would be sucked dry by him. In the end, death would be his only path. Boom! Dan Chu suddenly detonated his golden spear. Long Chen was caught off guard and blown several miles away by its power. Just at this moment, Dan Chu formed a hand seal, and a 3,000-meter cauldron appeared in the air. This cauldron unleashed a terrifying pressure, crushing even heaven and earth. Long Chen's expression completely changed. This cauldron was probably on an even higher level than a king item. "Die?" Dan Chu seemed crazed. Golden blood was actually pouring out of his eyes and his face was twisted. The huge cauldron smashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's hair immediately stood on end. He had a premonition that being struck by this cauldron would spell certain death. Long Chen put away Blooddrinker. His left hand grabbed his right elbow, and a sphere began to condense above his right hand. Chapter 12:12, Nirvana Scripture versus Nirvana Scripture. Translator Born to Be. The sphere was only a foot wide when it first appeared, but as Long Chen poured in flame energy and the energy of his immortal platforms, it suddenly grew to 30 meters. It was like a star had appeared in Long Chen's hand. Facing this terrifying cauldron, Long Chen was unleashing unprecedented power. With his Nirvana scripture pushed to the peak, this sphere was now 10 times larger than it was when Long Chen had used it to attack Han Zhenyu's group of 3 over the Eastern Sea. Starfall. Following Long Chen's shout, the sphere in his hand shot through the air like a shooting star, smashing into the cauldron. Boom! Light exploded. Flame runes and golden runes exploded. Even space collapsed. Long Chen was blown back by the shockwave. His body turned into a bloody pulp. He hastily drank a few mouthfuls of the divine life elixir, fully recovering, but his spiritual yuan had been sucked dry by this one-star fall. Looking toward Dan Chu, he saw that he wasn't any better off than him. He was vomiting blood and the flames around him had disappeared. He was paperwhite, filled with shock. Long Chen's attack had managed to force back the cauldron. That cauldron was connected to Dan Chu's mind, and his soul had received a heavy backlash. It was a heavy injury. "Die?" Dan Chu's face was twisted as he suddenly coughed up golden blood onto the cauldron. The cauldron had already shrunk, but now it once more unleashed brilliant splendor, its runes activating again. It shot towards Long Chen. Dan Chu had paid an incredible price to make the cauldron attack once more. His eyes were now listless and dull. But to kill Long Chen, he couldn't care about that. Long Chen's power terrified him, and he was willing to pay any price to kill him. The cauldron was only a foot tall now, but it was surrounded by countless runes as it smashed toward Long Chen, with space crumbling wherever it passed. If Long Chen was struck by it, he would definitely die. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. Even if his body had recovered, he couldn't block this terrifying attack. Seeing that he had been locked down by this cauldron and had no way to run, for some unknown reason, Long Chen suddenly thought of a certain thing. A black pot suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. This looked like a completely ordinary black pot. It even had 2 handles, making it seem even more like a regular iron pot used for cooking. But Long Chen had felt from the start that this pot wasn't ordinary. Right now, he couldn't think too much about it. He smashed the pot at the cauldron. Boom! The ground cracked and the sky swayed. Long Chen felt a terrifying force send him flying. He didn't even know how far he flew, but in any case, he clearly heard every single one of his bones breaking. His body almost collapsed, and he tumbled across the ground, almost fainting. When he finally stopped, Long Chen once more drank the divine life elixir. The slain sea demons from the Eastern Sea had given Long Chen 3 jugs of the divine life elixir. Drinking a few mouthfuls, his injuries instantly healed. Long Chen hastily looked forward to see that there was now a 10,000-mile hole where he had been. A cauldron and a pot were lying at the bottom. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. The pot wasn't the slightest bit damaged and looked as unremarkable as before. He rushed over and grabbed the pot. Then he looked at the distant cauldron lying beside Dan Chu. Dan Chu's body had already deformed from the impact, and he was simply laying there, constantly coughing up blood. His broken innards were also coughed up. He clearly suffered a terrifying internal injury. His spiritual yuan was completely exhausted. Let alone using heavenly Tao energy to heal, he didn't even have the strength to take out a medicinal pill from his spatial ring. The impact from the cauldron and pot colliding had been absolutely terrifying, and he hadn't been able to bear it. In order to save his life, he had used his final bit of essence blood and spiritual strength to recall the cauldron to protect himself. But he had reached the verge of collapse. Seeing Long Chen walking over with a pot, his eyes were full of fury. He had never dreamed that Long Chen possessed so many trump cards and was even capable of blocking his cauldron. After being duped at the beginning, an easy victory had turned into a complete defeat. If he had attacked all out from the beginning, perhaps this wouldn't have been the conclusion. Long Chen carried the pot over to the almost dead Dan Chu. He didn't dare to be careless. This kind of person had too many trump cards and who knew when he would unleash another one. Carrying the pot made him feel much more at ease. This pot hadn't disappointed him. It had actually blocked that terrifying cauldron. Walking to the panting Dan Chu, Long Chen kicked him. Like a mass of flesh, Dan Chu rolled across the ground several times, almost collapsing. With his butt on his head, he once more vomited blood. Looks like I don't need to worry. Looking at Dan Chu's state, he grabbed the cauldron. The cauldron's runes instantly lit up. Long Chen's arm almost blew apart. His skin broke and blood poured out. He was blown back into the distance. He looked in shock at the cauldron, so it was capable of unleashing its own attacks. Without a word, Long Chen smashed the pot at it. As a result, the cauldron's runes dimmed somewhat. Seeing that this was effective, he continuously smashed it with the pot. The cauldron rapidly dimmed, while the pot grew darker, its aura growing stronger. It's absorbing its energy for itself. Long Chen was startled. This pot was strange. Back then, it had extracted his spiritual yuan. Now it was absorbing the cauldron's energy. Perhaps his luck really had turned, and he had obtained a heaven-defying treasure. This pot was extraordinary for it to even suppress such a terrifying cauldron. It had to be known that the pot had been on the verge of collapse when he had found it. After smashing it a few times, Long Chen hastily stopped. He found that the cauldron was rapidly dimming, and it sent him a message that it submitted. Now he was worried that if he kept hitting it, it would be crippled. "You're willing to submit to me?" asked Long Chen. The cauldron suddenly unleashed a pure white light. A small rune appeared. When it appeared, the distant, unconscious Dan Chu quivered. "A spiritual seal," Long Chen started. Suddenly, that rune ignited on its own and was incinerated into nothing. Damn it, I've lost connection to the blazing dragon cauldron. Within the central plains, in a place far away from the Grand Zia, there was a city. Within that city was a soaring tower, and there was an elder within that suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. This elder was the Pill Tower's master that Long Chen had once seen before, Dan Teng. Right now, he looked almost insane. Something definitely happened to Chuer. In order to make sure this matter was completed perfectly, he had sent Dan Chu, his Pill Tower's top genius, and he had even lent him his ancestral item. The blazing dragon cauldron was something Dan Teng's ancestors had left for him. Naturally, the reason ancestral items were called ancestral items was because generations of experts had used their bloodline to nourish it. An ancestral item's power far surpassed a king item. Normally, only a soul transformation expert could use it. But because ancestral items had spiritual seals binding them and had been nourished by one bloodline, descendants of that bloodline could use their bloodline power to order the ancestral item to attack, even if they were too weak to use it normally. However, although an ancestral item was powerful, it had a drawback. If the spiritual seal was too forceful, it would be like slavery, and the item spirit would have a natural resistance toward it. It wouldn't be very loyal. That was why the cauldron was now willing to submit to Long Chen. It even incinerated that spiritual seal. This spiritual seal was something it originally hadn't been able to resolve. But in order to allow Dan Chu to use it, Dan Teng had removed a portion of the original spiritual seal and allowed Dan Chu to place his own. But Dan Chu's spiritual strength was now exhausted. his spiritual seal had lost almost all effect. Furthermore, within this minor world, Dan Teng's spiritual seal was weakened. So to save its own life, the cauldron used its core energy to forcibly remove the restrictions of the spiritual seal. Long Chen didn't know that Dan Teng was currently roaring furiously. He looked at the white light coming from the cauldron, and he sensed a message. Its meaning was that Long Chen could place his own spiritual seal. It was willing to submit to him as long as Long Chen stopped hitting it. Otherwise, it would be destroyed. Long Chen looked at the black pot in his hand that was now shining slightly to the cauldron that was just waiting for his spiritual seal. He was delighted. Today, he had obtained two amazing treasures. If you want to follow me, then that's enough. There's no need for a spiritual seal. In my life, there are only enemies or companions. Hopefully, you'll live up to my trust. Long Chen placed a hand on the cauldron. It wasn't that Long Chen was so arrogant as to not place a spiritual seal. The real problem was that the cauldron was too powerful. The item spirit was also intelligent, and so Long Chen couldn't view it as a slave. Therefore, he didn't want to place a spiritual seal. Furthermore, he sensed terror and helplessness from the cauldron, but he didn't sense any animosity. That was why Long Chen dared to accept it. Long Chen trusted that he could keep this cauldron suppressed. Even without the pot, he had no fear of it. Within his body, there was something that could suppress all other objects, the primal chaos bead. So far, it had never failed him. Even in the immemorial path, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been extremely intimidated by the primal chaos bead. Although the Eastern Wasteland Bell hadn't said it explicitly, Long Chen could sense it. If even the divine item, the Eastern Wasteland Bell, was afraid of it, what was there to fear from a cauldron? Long Chen carefully examined the cauldron in his hand. Chapter 12:13 Killed. Translator Born to Be. The cauldron had 4 feet, implying the 4 directions of north, east, south, and west. Normally, such cauldrons would be square on the outside and square on the inside. But this cauldron was square on the outside and circular on the inside. It was a cauldron specifically used for refining pills. It was different from a pill furnace in that a pill furnace only had 3 feet and was as round as a ball outside and inside. It also had a lid, but medicinal cauldrons did not. There were 2 extremely detailed runes around the opening that were dragon-shaped. The mouths of those dragons were spurting flames, and they were both incredibly lifelike. Blazing Dragon Cauldron. Long Chen finally saw 3 immortal characters on the cauldron. Only then did he learn its name. This blazing dragon cauldron's item spirit was expressing its gratefulness to him. After thinking about it, Long Chen directly placed it in his spiritual space. The blazing dragon cauldron would be nourished by his soul within his mind-sea. That made it even more grateful, and it even began to give him some of its secrets. Only now did Long Chen learn that the blazing dragon cauldron was an existence that surpassed king items. It had been passed down and enslaved through generations of the Dan family. It was no wonder it would be so grateful that Long Chen wouldn't place a slave mark on it. He had no time right now to ask it about all of its secrets. He walked over to Dan Chu and saw that his face was still as twisted as ever. However, now he no longer had any of his grandness. He looked just as pathetic as a dead dog. "Well, are you still thinking of my treasures?" asked Long Chen. "Long Chen, you've stolen the blazing dragon cauldron. The Tower Master will not let you off," said Dan Chu, filled with rancor. He felt that his defeat in this battle was a complete injustice. He was filled with hatred. "I'm the one who's not going to let him off. The Tower Master you're talking about should be that old bastard Dan Teng, right? HMPH, he and Xuanhuan want to target me. I'll make sure that bastard Dan Teng's balls really hurt. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be sending you on your way." "Ah, that's right, money isn't useful to a dead person. I'll help you take care of it." Long Chen took away Dan Chu's spatial ring. Glancing inside, he saw it was a huge life ring with over 100 square miles in space. It was packed with all kinds of precious medicines. Regretfully, other than those precious medicinal ingredients, the rest were all bottles filled with medicinal pills, as well as some alchemy techniques or theories. Those things were useless to Long Chen. But the medicinal ingredients made him red-eyed. He was truly worthy of being the Pill Tower's most outstanding junior disciple. He was incredibly rich. There were at least hundreds of species that Long Chen hadn't possessed before. That was incredibly important to him. Putting away the spatial ring, he said, "So there's nothing left to say. You can go now." Long Chen stabbed Bloodrinker at Dan Chu's forehead. This was the fastest way to annihilate a person's soul. There was no need to first kill the body and then target the soul. Buzz. But just as his saber was about to pierce his head, a jade tablet materialized over it. The jade tablet was something almost identical to Long Chen's soul-calming jade. The difference was that his soul-calming jade had 9 veins, but this one only had 7. This soul-calming jade floated above Dan Chu's forehead. It was shattered by the tip of Long Chen's saber on contact, but in that instant, a barrier of light wrapped around Dan Chu, blocking Long Chen's attack. "Haha, Long Chen, you can't kill me." Within the light, Dan Chu suddenly began to laugh. A fierce-looking elder appeared within the barrier. "Long Chen, you dare to kill my Pill Tower's disciple and steal my ancestral treasure, the blazing dragon cauldron. This time, not even the Xuanhuan Dao sect will be able to protect you. Hand over the blazing dragon cauldron and I can spare your life otherwise." This elder was precisely the Pill Tower's master, Dan Teng. Killing intent was blazing within his eyes as he glared at Long Chen. Even separated by an incomprehensible distance, Long Chen could feel his anger. But thinking about it, he supposed that was forgivable. Instead of getting his treasures, Dan Teng had lost his own ancestral treasure. He'd probably be angry too if the positions were reversed. Long Chen looked at Dan Teng indifferently. There was clearly no way to placate Dan Teng's killing intent, and yet he still had to act like there was room for compromise. Long Chen involuntarily spat out one word to describe him: idiot. Within the light barrier, Dan Teng was thinking about how to intimidate Long Chen and force him to hand over the blazing dragon cauldron when Long Chen's words struck him across the face. Do you believe when I say I can destroy your entire Xuanhuan Dao sect?" roared Dan Teng, flames almost spurting from his eyes. He knew that Long Chen had no family he could threaten. The only thing that could make him have some misgivings was the Xuanhuan Dao sect. "Brag a bit harder and I might believe it," said Long Chen. Seeing Dan Teng's face swell up until it looked like a pig's, Long Chen couldn't help but sneer inside. No matter how amazing the Pill Tower was, it was a neutral power. Did he really dare to destroy one of the 3 heavenly sects, the Xuanhuan Dao sect? This bragging didn't have any skill. "First, ignoring whether or not you have the power to destroy my Xuanhuan Dao sect, can you even tell me what excuse you'll give for attacking the Xuanhuan Dao sect? You really are an idiot who will even listen to that other idiot Xuan Jizzy's lies. Just for greed, you were willing to invert right and wrong and frame me as a heaven Caesar." Back then, the Xuan master used the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect to guarantee there was no chance I was a heaven Caesar right in front of all the martial heaven alliance. He slapped your faces so hard that, as I see it, you ended up slapped into an idiot. Even now, what reason do you have to so openly collude with the Grand Han and interfere with the matters of the ancient nations? Your goal is only to kill me and take some treasure that doesn't even exist. Tell me, don't you think you're an idiot? Perhaps if you're able to kill enough people to keep the truth from getting out, things won't be so bad. But if you are, old ghost Dan Teng, although I don't guarantee that I can make your balls hurt, I guarantee I'll make your head hurt. I'll make your scandal public so that the entire martial heaven continent can see that the Pill Tower is full of hypocrites selling dog meat as sheep meat, trash capable of using any underhanded methods, sneered Long Chen. HMPH, do you think anyone would believe a brat like you? So what if I wrongly accused you? Nothing I set my sight on ever manages to get away. If you're smart, you'll immediately hand over your secrets and treasures. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, but not one member of your Dragonblood Legion or lovers will survive. When the time comes, don't regret this decision. I, Dan Teng, will use my status as the master of the Pill Tower to tell you that this region is my world. No one can go against me here. There are countless sects that have close relationships with my Pill Tower. As long as I say the word, all of them will point their spears at your Xuanhuan Dao sect. When the time comes, the Xuanhuan Dao sect will end up wiped out, all because of you. You, Long Chen, are claimed to be a hot-blooded hero, but are you not even loyal enough to spill some blood to protect your brothers' heads? In my view, you are just a weak coward, willing to bring about the destruction of his own sect for some treasures, a petty person who will throw away his brothers and lovers without a second thought, sneered Dan Teng. Long Chen smiled coldly, truly shameless. Even when threatening others, he could make up something so pompous-sounding. It was like the only way for Long Chen to be a hero was to hand over his treasures. If he didn't, he would become a despicable coward. But Long Chen didn't mind, nor did he get angry. Within the primal chaos space, the photographic Jade was still activated. Dan Teng's words and shameless appearance were all recorded. Long Chen, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over your treasures and I'll spare your life. If you don't, not only will you die, but your lovers, your brothers, your senior apprentice brothers, senior apprentice sisters, they'll all die. Think about it. Dan Teng looked at Long Chen coldly, his voice full of confidence. He truly did have that power. Countless sects had secretly been consumed by the Pill Tower, becoming nothing more than their troops. On the surface, it only looked like they were cooperating. But as long as the Pill Tower gave the word, those sects would start making all kinds of little moves to threaten the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Old idiot, you're too confident. With your intelligence, you're not suited to scheming. If you tried scheming, you'd be played to death. You've already released your fart, so you can leave now. Don't hold me up from killing people. Long Chen once more stabbed Blooddrinker at Dan Chu. However, his spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. Blooddrinker pierced into the light barrier, but then its movements were slowed. It inched toward Dan Chu's head. "Tower Master, save me," cried Dan Chu. Dan Teng was Dan Chu's paternal great-grandfather, but within his family they had to call family members by their official positions. "Long Chen, you're consigning every single person beside you to eternal damnation. Are you willing to do that?" shouted Dan Teng. Long Chen ignored him. Although his saber was affected by the light barrier and its progress was slow, he was increasing the power. It was less than 3 inches from Dan Chu's head. Dan Chu was terrified. Previously he hadn't been afraid, not because he was courageous, but because he had known that with the soul-calming Jade protecting him, he would be automatically saved. But now Long Chen was still trying to kill him. He couldn't help being terrified, and he begged the Tower Master to save him. Within the light barrier, Dan Teng suddenly formed hand seals and the light barrier flashed, sending Long Chen flying. "Long Chen, since you're so unreasonable, don't blame me for being merciless. Just wait. I will definitely make you regret this." After saying this, a blazing light enveloped Dan Chu. Spatial energy began to condense. Long Chen's expression instantly became ugly. This bastard was trying to transport him away. Dan Chu was enveloped by runes and floated into the air. He laughed. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, just wait. I've already said that I'll flay all your skin and tear out your muscles and bones. But now I've changed my plans. Instead, I'll kill every member of your Dragon Blood Legion and play with all your lovers until they die. I'll..." Bang! Dan Chu's body was rapidly fading. Just as he was about to be transported away, a black pot smashed toward him. The runes around him exploded and the spatial energy disappeared. Dan Chu's laughter was severed, and he became horrified. "No!" A blood-red saber slashed through the air, blowing Dan Chu's body to bits. A heavenly genius fell just like this. Chinese letter equals Dan Teng, pill sore. It sounds like Chinese letter, meaning pain in the balls literally, also equivalent to the expression pain in the ass. Chapter 12, 14 Besieged from all sides. Translator born to be. Dan Teng's hands blew out of their seal, and he swayed back and forth. His expression twisted furiously. "Long Chen." These 2 words were hissed out of the cracks between his teeth. His voice was full of killing intent. He couldn't comprehend how Long Chen had broken his spatial art. Just at this moment, a light cracking sound rang out. A jade slip in Dan Teng's hands cracked and shattered. This was a soul jade slip, and it was extremely precious. Only geniuses of the main bloodline in the Pill Tower were qualified to possess a soul jade slip. The soul jade slip was connected to Dan Chu's soul. When Dan Chu's soul was annihilated, the jade slip had also exploded. This meant Dan Chu was definitely dead. "Long Chen, if I don't tear you to pieces, then I Dan Teng swear I'm not human." Dan Teng's eyes were red like a furious beast as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. "Gather all the experts and alert all our subordinate powers. I want to see just who dares to block me," ordered Dan Chu. "As you command," a reply came from within the darkness. Dan Teng's hair was standing on end. His fury had maxed out. Long Chen was still alive, and he hadn't even gotten a look at his treasures. On the other hand, the ancestral item he had lent his descendant had been taken away along with that precious descendant's life. It had to be known that Dan Chu was the junior he had had the highest hopes for, but he had died like this. How could he not be aggrieved? "Martial Heaven Alliance, Xuanhuan Dao Sect, let's see just what you used to block me this time." An icy light appeared in Dan Chu's eyes. Within this dark space, it was like the eyes of a beast, sinister and sharp. Killing Dan Chu with his saber, the instant his body exploded, a golden and a violet flame light appeared. The golden light rapidly dimmed, while the violet light suddenly tried to flee. Hu Long appeared and devoured both of them. The violet light was the soul-devouring violet flame seed, while the golden light was Dan Chu's core flame. Long Chen had yet to understand what this golden flame was. It was capable of becoming solid, and its power had deeply shaken him. That was because Long Chen had noticed that Dan Chu had always been using his golden flame to suppress and control the soul-devouring violet flame. That meant that this golden flame was much stronger than it. After devouring those two flame seeds, Xuanhuan returned to the primal chaos space. Within the primal chaos space, the two flame seeds which had been struggling fiercely immediately turned still. These two flame seeds were the best food for Xuanhuan. Devouring the soul-devouring violet flame seed would allow Xuanhuan's power to almost perfectly match it. Then once Xuanhuan devoured the golden flame, even if its power didn't surpass the soul-devouring violet flame, it would at least be equally matched with it. But right now, Xuanhuan was extremely weak. Almost all its energy had been sucked dry to unleash that full-power starfall. Now, it was no longer possible to instantly refine either of the flame seeds. Fortunately, the two flame seeds couldn't resist the primal chaos space. Xuanhuan could slowly recover and refine them. Long Chen had just placated Xuanhuan when a golden light shot at him at an incredible speed. Furthermore, the power contained within this light caused the void to quiver. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen blocked it with the pot. An explosion caused Long Chen to grunt as he was blown back by what he now realized was a golden arrow. Just at this moment, a winged, eagle-eyed man appeared in the distant air. He held a golden bow in his left hand and was staring at Long Chen. Clearly, that golden arrow had come from him. Seeing that his silent sneak attack had failed, he immediately crushed a jade plate. A fluctuation spread in every direction. It was a kind of communication signal. Long Chen's arm was numb. His spiritual yuan was exhausted. Although the pot had blocked the arrow, his physical body had no spiritual yuan to support it, making him much weaker than usual. A rank 7 celestial. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and had a bad feeling. With his spiritual yuan exhausted, his combat power was less than a tenth of his normal state. Killing this person would be very difficult. Furthermore, he had a pair of wings and used a bow. He was clearly a long-distance fighter, and such people were usually specialized in speed. That made killing him even more difficult. But the thing that made Long Chen the most uneasy was the communication signal he had released. There were definitely many experts rushing over here now. At that time, things would become even worse. Just at this moment, two more figures rushed over. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. These ancient race experts were also rank 7 celestials. Attack together. We don't need to kill him, just stall him. The eagle-eyed expert's wings began to shine, and a golden arrow condensed on his bow. The arrow then shot out at incredible speed. It had only just left the bow when it reached Long Chen. The arrow once more crashed into the pot. The pot was fine and the arrow exploded, but Long Chen was once more blown back. At this time, the other two ancient race experts attacked him. One wielded a staff while the other wielded a saber that had been modified to be specialized in slashing. Both of them had summoned their rank 7 celestial manifestations. Despite knowing that Long Chen was already exhausted, they weren't the slightest bit careless. They used their full strength to attack him. Holding the pot in his left hand and blood drinker in his right hand, he blocked their attacks with just the pot. He vomited blood on impact, and the pot almost escaped his grasp. Just as their attacks landed, a silent arrow shot toward Long Chen's back. Long Chen swung out blood drinker, blowing apart the arrow, but he was once more blown away. The two ancient race experts took advantage of this to unleash a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, the pot was strong enough to use as a shield, but he was still repeatedly blown back and injured. Long Chen's heart shook. Continuing like this was not an option. Even if a rank 8 celestial didn't come, he would be killed just by these three. That sneak-attacking archer was the most detestable. Each time he attacked would be timed for when Long Chen was busy blocking the other two ancient race experts. Long Chen was almost heavily injured several times. Nothing to do but be ruthless. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he smashed the pot forward, blocking their two weapons. This full-force attack caused them to fly back. Just at this moment, an insidious arrow pierced through Long Chen's back. It had been timed perfectly. It left behind a fist-sized bloody hole in Long Chen's body, delighting the archer. But his expression quickly changed. He saw that his arrow continued through Long Chen's body and toward the staff-wielding ancient race expert. Watch out! The staff-wielding ancient race expert had just raised his staff to strike Long Chen when an arrow burst out of Long Chen's chest and at him. At that moment, he heard the archer's warning and gave up his attack, dodging to the side. But just as he dodged the arrow, a blood-colored saber slashed through his neck from the other direction. A head flew high into the air. Regretfully, this attack had no spiritual yuan inside it, or the head would have instantly exploded. Just at this moment, a roar shook the heavens. A lightning dragon flew out, smashing into the other shocked ancient race expert, while its tail flicked out at the head. The huge lightning dragon forced back the ancient race expert, while its tail struck the head, instantly killing that person. The saber-wielding ancient race expert had his body turned numb. He was just about to circulate his spiritual yuan to expel the thunder force when he felt a burst of pain on the top of his head. A blood-colored saber cut him in two from head to toe, even his armor shattered. Thank you, Blooddrinker. The reason Long Chen had been able to kill this person was all thanks to Blooddrinker. It had used up all its energy to break through the armor's defenses. After killing the two of them, Long Chen was panting for breath. The hand he was holding Blooddrinker in was starting to tremble intensely, meaning he had overdrafted his power. Suddenly, he raised the pot, blocking an arrow. He coughed up blood and shot back like a shooting star. Lei Long, eliminate him. Lei Long charged at the distant archer, its huge tail whipped toward him. But that archer's wings flapped, and it dodged Lei Long's attack, once more shooting an arrow at Long Chen. Long Chen held the pot in both hands, and he was once more blown back, his whole body quivering. He hastily gulped a mouthful of the divine life elixir, turned and fled. Lei Long was crazily attacking the archer, but the archer's armor lit up, temporarily isolating him from Lei Long's lightning runes. He flew after Long Chen, and as Long Chen had expected, he specialized in speed. Long Chen was unable to fly right now. He could only use his feet. Each step allowed him to cross a mile, but it was still too slow as he was constantly harassed by arrows. Long Chen was like a rabbit being chased by a hunter. He was in an incredibly miserable state, occasionally coughing up blood. Damn it, so even I end up like this. A weakened tiger can die to a dog. If I was in my peak state, I'd kill this brat with a single slap. Long Chen was infuriated yet helpless to do anything. Most irritating of all, this archer was constantly sprinkling some unknown powder as he chased. Without even thinking about it, it had to be a marker to make it easier for others to follow. No good. I have to think of something to get away or I'm definitely dead. Do I not have anything I can use? Long Chen regretted hitting the blazing dragon cauldron so many times. It had lost too much of its power, or it could have helped him smash this hateful fellow. Long Chen hastily flipped through the primal chaos space. Suddenly, a certain thing fell into Long Chen's sight. He. Chapter 12, 15 Mysterious Elder. Translator born to be. Lei Long was unable to do anything to the ancient race archer, so its body suddenly lit up, unleashing blinding arcs of lightning that made it so the archer couldn't see anything for a moment. In that instant, a 3-foot sphere shot toward him. The ancient race archer was truly worthy of being a rank 7 celestial. Even though he was blinded and the thunder force was disturbing his divine sense, he still sensed it. He rapidly fell back as he blocked with his bow. Boom! Just as his bow touched the sphere exploded, and countless fragments devoured everything around him. The archer was shocked. Before he could even understand what had happened, dozens of fragments tore through his body, and one of them severed his neck. His head had only just left his body when Lei Long transformed into a lightning spear and stabbed through it, instantly killing him. Xuanhuan's wares are all top grade. Looks like his bragging was the truth. That sphere was one of the bombs that had been used as a final trump card against the sea demons in the Eastern Sea. But instead of being used on them, they had ended up giving a vicious blow to the ancient races and heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples. Back then, Xuanhuan had given Long Chen his greatest masterpiece as a souvenir, but in truth, it was actually just to show off. But now this bomb was even able to kill a rank 7 celestial when Long Chen used it properly. Not good, gotta run. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He sensed several powerful auras rushing straight over. Clenching his teeth, he poured the tiny bit of spiritual yuan he had just recovered into his boots and vanished like a wisp of smoke. Less than 2 breaths after Long Chen had left, several figures appeared on the battlefield. One of them was the rank 8 celestial from the elephant ancient race. He looked over the battlefield and said, "His aura hasn't dissipated yet. He can't be far." Everyone split up. The others immediately fanned out, rapidly flying through the air. All of them were on alert, ready to unleash their strongest attacks at any time. They knew that after consecutive battles, Long Chen had long since become an arrow at the end of its path. Once they found him, he would likely unleash a final death blow, so they were all very careful. None of them dared to be careless when it came to handling Long Chen. Long Chen was only able to endure for a dozen breaths before his spiritual yuan was used up by the boots. Suddenly, he saw a waterfall ahead. There was a pool below it, and he sensed a strange fluctuation coming from within the pool. Hesitating for a moment, Long Chen dived in. Only once he was inside the pool did he realize it was just like an ancient well. Although it hadn't looked remarkable on the outside, it was incredibly deep. Long Chen had gone down hundreds of meters without seeing the bottom. Once he was over a mile deep, he saw a curtain of light blocking the water. Entering the light, he realized it was an immortal cave. When he looked back, the light curtain had vanished, and the water of the pool had also disappeared. He had unwittingly been transported to some kind of special location. Suddenly, 8 pearls at the top of 8 stone pillars lit up, making this immortal cave as bright as day. With this light, he managed to get a clear look. This immortal cave was like the inside of an ancient palace. The 8 stone pillars had fierce beast carvings on them. Long Chen didn't recognize a single one of those beasts. Standing within this room, he saw a throne ahead. The throne was empty, but it emitted its own powerful pressure. On the wall behind the throne, there was a huge mural 300 meters high. There were countless creatures depicted within it, flying birds, walking beasts, all living in peace. He didn't know whether it was a misperception or not, but when he looked at those creatures, he felt like they were looking back at him, appraising him. This mural was filled with Tao charm. This painting is definitely a treasure. A fiery light appeared in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at the mural. How can you be sure? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Long Chen. Long Chen jumped in fright. Without even thinking about it, he smashed behind him with his pot. But after swinging the pot, he was shocked to find that the pot had disappeared from his hand. Instead, it appeared in the hand of an elder that had appeared behind him. The elder was tall and lean. He wore cyan robes and had a scholar's band wrapped around his head. He looked just like an old Confucian scholar. He possessed a simple and elegant air. The elder seemed to be lost in thought as he held the pot. He gently stroked it with his other hand. The pot actually let out a rumbling sound that sounded like the wailing of a child. When I forged you, it was in recollection of my childhood memories. You were the proof of my Tao heart. But now that I think about it, it was nothing more than a joke. Becoming a god or an immortal is nothing more than this, sighed the elder. His eyes were lost as he had sunk into his memories. Long Chen didn't dare to make a sound. He wasn't able to sense this elder's aura or even his existence, and yet it was like his existence encompassed all of heaven and earth. Long Chen had never seen anyone as terrifying as this. It was like on his own, he was the entire world. In this world, he was in control of everyone's life and death. All right, you were born from my hands, but you were almost destroyed because of me. Now you've encountered a new master. I will give you some good fortune to make up for that ancient debt. A rune appeared in the elder's hand, and he slowly placed it on the bottom of the pot. The pot's aura rapidly changed. Despite clearly being an ordinary pot, it now possessed a sacred and divine air. That divine air slowly faded, and the elder returned the pot to Long Chen. It has fate with you. I hope you won't let it down. Long Chen was in a daze, but he obediently received the pot. However, the pot was in a strange state, and it seemed to be lost in slumber. Senior, don't tell me that you are the master of this minor world. After a long moment of hesitation, Long Chen still ended up asking this question that even he couldn't really believe. Yes, this minor world was created by me. It is the only inheritance I left behind before ascending. The elder nodded. Long Chen was shocked by this. Didn't this mean that this elder had become a god or immortal? No wonder he couldn't sense any of the aura of a person. He looked in shock at this elder, but then he suddenly realized he was wrong. If someone had become a god or immortal, there should be an immortal charm around them. After all, even the Xuanhuan master had a very, very slight amount of immortal qi revolving around him. Why did this elder possess no aura at all? Haha, you don't need to be shocked. Right now, I am not an immortal, nor am I a person. If I were to pick the closest term, I am currently a ghost. The elder smiled lightly. Senior, please forgive this junior for not being able to believe such a thing. Long Chen shook his head, because he didn't sense the slightest aura of death from the elder. Haha, what an interesting child. No wonder we have fate together. I was a free cultivator, and I had no disciples, sons, or daughters to carry on my inheritance. The only legacy I left behind is the myriad spirit diagram within this minor world. Not only did you enter the inheritance region, but you also found an item I forged back in the day. It seems you are the person I was waiting for to pass on my legacy. The elder smiled at Long Chen, as if relieved from a heavy burden. Long Chen was stunned. Was this really possible? His luck had turned. He felt like he had never had such good luck in his entire life. Now that it happened, he didn't dare to believe it. But the curious thing is, you aren't even a soul cultivator, let alone a beast tamer. The myriad spirit diagram shouldn't have much meaning to you. The elder now shook his head. Senior, can we not play around? Just tell me for sure whether you're going to give me this treasure or not. My heart can't handle these sudden turns. Long Chen bitterly smiled. First, he made him as happy as possible, and then he said it was useless to him. It couldn't be that the next words out of his mouth would be sorry. It turns out you aren't the destined person, right? That would definitely be able to make a person cough up enough blood to die. Haha, don't worry, you are the destined person. I was just curious. This myriad spirit diagram is the accumulation of my cultivation. I cultivated the path of all beasts to achieve my Tao. The myriad spirit diagram has thousands of divine abilities of the myriad beasts in this world. I was a beast tamer in my life, and my true body ascended through the path of 10,000 beasts. I left behind the myriad spirit diagram as a legacy for a destined person. Although you are not a beast tamer, the destined person doesn't necessarily have to cultivate the same path. It's also possible you are destined to pass it on to someone else. As for whether or not you'll be capable of that, it'll be up to fate. A person can only do so much. The elder smiled. The elder beckoned, and the mural on the wall began to roll up until it was a scroll only a foot thick. He gently rubbed it, a complicated expression in his eyes. He sighed, becoming a god or immortal is nothing more than this. In the end, everything was still futile. Why bother? The elder stroked the scroll a few more times before handing it to Long Chen. Help me find a suitable disciple to carry on my legacy. It can count as leaving my mark on the world. In the end, gods and immortals are nothing more than ordinary people, unable to sever the feelings in their hearts. Long Chen received the scroll and solemnly said, Senior, don't worry. I have a genius beast tamer by my side. Your inheritance will definitely continue. The elder smiled slightly and nodded. This promise was comforting. He said, It seems you have a powerful physical body. I suppose I can't let you have come for nothing, so I have a body-tempering art I can transmit to you. The elder pressed a finger against Long Chen's forehead. A torrent of energy poured into his head. Suddenly, the silent primal chaos bead began to rapidly revolve, and a terrifying aura erupted. The elder's arm exploded from some terrifying energy. Chapter 12, 16 Refining the Mandara Body Tempering Pill. Translator Born to Be. Senior Long Chen was appalled, just what had happened. The elder stood there, his arm gone, but not the slightest bit of blood appeared. At this time, his body suddenly began to grow faint. Only now did Long Chen realize that this elder hadn't possessed a body of flesh, but was simply composed of some kind of energy. So that's what it was. The elder looked at Long Chen. He smiled and then began to laugh uproariously. Ha-ha-ha, the gamebreaker has finally appeared, ha-ha-ha. Following the elder's laughter, the entire palace rocked. An indescribable energy seemed to be attempting to destroy it. At the same time, the elder's figure grew dimmer. Senior, cried Long Chen. It's fine. My true body was long since destroyed. This is just a strand of divine will to protect my inheritance. Now that I see you, I'm extremely comforted. I was originally a free cultivator without any care, but I was still drawn into the game, my body killed, my Tao destroyed. I was a bit unresigned. Child, it is fated for your life to be full of trouble and misfortune. Tribulations will come for you over and over because this entire world wants you exterminated. Rumble. The world began to intensely shake, as if it was about to crumble. A sneer appeared on the elder's face. He looked at the ceiling contemptuously. Even within this minor world, it's impossible to escape your senses. The elder continued speaking to Long Chen. Child, I don't have much more time, because I've exposed the heavenly Tao's secrets I've already been locked onto. However, I'm still unable to say more to you. You have to be careful as well. Once you grow up to a certain level, the heavenly Taos will set their sights on you. Do your best to get stronger. The elder grew transparent, looking like a clump of smoke that would dissipate at any time, but he was still smiling. Senior, please tell me your name, called out Long Chen. Although he didn't know what was happening, he knew this elder was about to disappear. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Within the cycle of the heavenly Taos, what is it the point of a name? Let things come naturally. The elder completely vanished. Following his disappearance, the world stopped trembling and that indescribable energy also vanished. But Long Chen was still filled with shock. It seemed that elder had known some of the heavenly Tao's secrets, but all he had said was that he was the game breaker. He hadn't dared to say any more. What game? How was it supposed to be broken? This elder had clearly ascended, becoming an existence on the level of a god or immortal. Even though this had just been a strand of his divine will, he was probably an unrivaled existence in this world. But in front of that energy, he still hadn't had any ability to resist. Furthermore, why would the primal chaos bead attack the elder? He had clearly been helping him kindly. Countless questions whirled around in Long Chen's mind. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He felt like he had been drawn into a terrifying riddle. He opened the scroll. He saw the beasts of the myriad spirit diagram were still present, and it was still releasing a terrifying pressure. Although he didn't know how to use it, Long Chen knew that it was an absolute treasure. This was definitely something Meng Qi needed. According to that elder, he had also been a beast tamer. Ever since Meng Qi had started following Long Chen, she hadn't had a true master to guide her. This myriad spirit diagram delighted Long Chen. What's the point of thinking about those things? Let me see what other treasures there are. Long Chen put away the myriad spirit diagram. He began to look around. This was once a spirit pool, but it has already dried up. In a corner, he saw a stalactite hanging over what should have been a small pool. Although it had already dried up, it emitted boundless spiritual qi. Wait, there are still 3 drops of spirit elixir. Long Chen suddenly noticed 3 lonely drops in an unremarkable corner of the pool. They were like 3 little pearls, and without looking closely, he wouldn't have noticed them. What dense yuan spiritual energy? Placing the 3 drops in his hand, he was shocked to sense a terrifying amount of yuan spiritual energy. How regretful. This was probably the condensation of this entire minor world's yuan spiritual energy. But because the minor world was fractured, the yuan spiritual energy slowly faded away. This little bit is all that remains. Long Chen sighed regretfully. Sensing the fluctuations of these 3 drops, he estimated that their energy was no less than 1,000,000,000 yuan spirit stones. After all, this place was the core of the minor world, the place where all its essence gathered. The main problem was that his cultivation base had already surpassed the limits of his physical body, so raising his cultivation base had no meaning. Ah, that's right. I should hurry up and refine the Mandara body tempering pill. Long Chen suddenly thought of the Mandara grass he had picked before. It could be refined into a Mandara body tempering pill, which was an extremely monstrous medicinal pill. There were 2 things that made it monstrous: its monstrous effect and its monstrous pain. The Mandara grass was highly toxic, but the Mandara body tempering pill was something that used that toxicity to stimulate every cell in the body, making them feel like they were in a crisis so they would grow stronger. Increasing the toxicity increased the strengthening effect. Long Chen took out a pill furnace and was just about to get started when the blazing dragon cauldron being nourished in his mindseat automatically flew out and directly smashed apart his pill furnace. This caused Long Chen's expression to change. Suddenly, he received a message from the blazing dragon cauldron and laughed. The blazing dragon cauldron said that he had no need to use other pill furnaces for alchemy. That was looking down on it. He couldn't help finding it funny, but he was also shocked at the high quality of the blazing dragon cauldron. Not only was it able to perfectly express its thoughts, but it was also smart. Despite being just an item spirit, it was at least as intelligent as a child. But its temperament was also like a child's. It was competitive, even smashing apart the good pill furnace Long Chen had been using. If you can't properly refine the Mandara body tempering pill, we're going to have a problem. With his pill furnace smashed apart, Long Chen had no other option. He could only use the blazing dragon cauldron. The blazing dragon cauldron slowly revolved in the air, a faint halo of light around it. It once more sent him a message, this time saying that its core had been heavily injured, making it so it couldn't fight. But alchemy didn't use up its core energy. In fact, it would allow it to recover rapidly. That shocked Long Chen. It actually had such an ability. He really had picked up a treasure. In the future, he would let the blazing dragon cauldron refine pills all day. Taking out the Mandara grass, he was just about to refine it into powder when the blazing dragon cauldron automatically sucked it in. Long Chen was shocked to find that the blazing dragon cauldron had its own separate space for refining ingredients into medicinal powders and storing them. Long Chen took out a large batch of medicinal ingredients, and the blazing dragon cauldron sucked them all in, refining them into powders. It actually possessed its own flame energy that could be used to purify the medicinal energy. Feeling the blazing dragon cauldron summoning, Long Chen sent his own flames inside it. Countless runes lit up on it, and the two dragon-shaped runes began to shine brightly, forming a runic barrier above the cauldron's opening. Once this light barrier formed, Long Chen noticed heaven and earth spiritual qi pouring inside. The blazing dragon cauldron was not only absorbing spiritual qi from the air, but it was also merging various medicinal powders in accordance with different proportions at a shocking speed. As the powders merged, impurities were sent flying out of the light barrier. It was actually undergoing a second purification while sucking in spiritual qi. Long Chen was dumbfounded as he watched. His heart leapt in joy. This blazing dragon cauldron was absolutely amazing. In just a dozen breaths' time, the first batch of pills were done being refined. There were 9 of them, all top grade. They transformed into black scorpions that suddenly attacked the light barrier. These were top-grade Mandara body tempering pills. Top-grade pills had spirituality, and they would transform into creatures based on the characteristics of the pill. The Mandara body tempering pill was a poison pill with fierce power, so the creature it transformed into was also explosive and fierce. The blazing dragon cauldron shook, and those scorpions disappeared, obediently becoming pills lying at the bottom. Long Chen took one out. He sighed emotionally. He had picked up a heaven-defying treasure this time. Any pills the blazing dragon cauldron had refined in the past would be remembered. The pill formula, the merging process, the refining process, the flame changes, and all the various taboos were memorized. That was why the blazing dragon cauldron only needed to be provided with flames and spiritual strength. Long Chen had never experienced such an easy way of refining pills. Blazing dragon cauldron, there were several minor mistakes in your merging process. Here, try this. Long Chen told the blazing dragon cauldron his own merging method and flame changes. The reason the blazing dragon cauldron was able to refine the Mandara body tempering pill was because one of Dan Teng's ancestors had refined it. The blazing dragon cauldron still remembered it, but that pill formula had several flaws. Long Chen corrected them, and he began controlling the flame with the blazing dragon cauldron. As a result, when the pill formed, it transformed into a fierce scorpion over a foot long. It crazily attacked the barrier. So I can even refine a giant pill like this. Furthermore, this scorpion's attack power is probably enough to kill any foundation forging expert. Long Chen jumped in shock. This giant pill was the result of 9 pills, medicinal energy being condensed into one. It was a supreme medicinal pill, and its effect was several times greater than the sum of all 9 medicinal pills. Those previous scorpions had only been an inch long, but this one was over a foot long. The difference between them was immense. The blazing dragon cauldron shook and the scorpion vanished, becoming a large pill. Black light revolved around it, and there were many lines on it that looked like centipedes lying in wait. The Mandara body tempering pill is a method of using poison to strengthen the body. The body can only be upgraded by it a limited number of times, and it'll have the greatest effect the first time. Its effect will be halved the second time, and after 5 times, the body will have formed a resistance to the poison, and it won't have any more effect. Looking at this fierce Mandara body tempering pill, Long Chen's hair stood on end. He wondered if he really was crazy. Fuck it. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Closing his eyes, he threw the giant Mandara body tempering pill into his mouth. Chapter 12, 17 Attacking the 5th Heaven Stage of Foundation Fort. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had no choice but to consume this poison pill after seeing the power of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins and ancient race experts that had been sent after him. Although Long Chen had killed Dan Chu, he had no choice but to admit that luck had played a part in it. But that luck had been created with his own power and scheming. As for the twin assassins, he had relied on the arm guard and boots to launch a sudden counterattack to reverse the tide. But that kind of thing would only happen once. The second time, it would be ineffective. Furthermore, he was sure those twin assassins had more trump cards that they hadn't used yet. He hadn't seen the 3 ancient race experts, but he could sense a feeling of grave danger from each of them. Each one of them had the power to fight him to the brink of death. It was unknown whether it was Long Chen who was lucky or Dan Chu who was unlucky, but he had allowed Long Chen to steal so much of his spiritual yuan and flame energy, causing him to go from an easy win to losing his life. If Long Chen had been in his peak state when he fought Dan Chu, perhaps there would have been another conclusion. Dan Chu would have been fighting him all out from the start, not giving Long Chen any chance at all. The soul-devouring violet flame was too powerful, and if they had started fighting all out from the start, Long Chen would have been at a huge disadvantage since their flames were not even close to the same level. The reason he had managed to con Dan Chu step by step and kill him was because Long Chen had profited from his previous misfortune. But of course, such a thing could only happen with Dan Chu's cooperation. Not everyone had such arrogance and idiocy. If he had been in his peak state, at best he would have tied with Dan Chu. To defeat him would have been very difficult, and killing him would have been basically impossible. Dan Chu was dead, but there were still those twin assassins and 3 terrifying ancient race experts, each of them just as strong as Dan Chu. One problem was that Long Chen's cultivation base was too low. They were all experts at the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging, while he was still at the 4th heaven stage. But the thing that pained Long Chen the most was that his body couldn't cope with his cultivation base. He wasn't able to unleash his full power, and if he increased his cultivation base again, which he could right now, his movements would be even more restricted. His actual combat power would probably drop. If he didn't resolve this problem, he might not be able to fight anyone once he reached the 9th heaven stage. Just trying to use his power would cause his body to explode. This was too stifling. So despite seeing how fierce and sinister this Mandara body tempering pill was, Long Chen had no choice but to steal his heart and swallow it. Boom! Long Chen had only just consumed it when he felt like a volcano had exploded within him. Boundless medicinal energy was pouring throughout his body. It was like a scorpion hive had exploded, and millions of scorpions were rampaging in his body. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was black as ink and released a strong fishy smell. How toxic, Long Chen cursed inside. His whole body became black and pain racked his entire body. The blazing dragon cauldron unleashed a ray of light that was about to envelop him, but Long Chen stopped it. Don't, I can endure it. Long Chen was a bit moved. The blazing dragon cauldron was actually worried about him being poisoned to death and wanted to help him. It was willing to even use its little remaining core energy to remove the poison from his body. That was a big sacrifice. But Long Chen needed this poison to circulate around every inch of his body. He couldn't counterattack. He needed to open every bit of his body so that the poison could infect every cell. Even though he considered himself to have a pretty good tolerance for pain, he almost couldn't bear it. The veins on his forehead popped up and his eyes bulged out. He felt like his body was about to explode. But he obstinately clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Blood dripped out from how hard he clenched his teeth. The Mandara body tempering pill had the greatest effect the first time. He had to use this chance to violently stimulate his body's potential. The more his body felt like it was about to die, the greater his body would work to grow under the threat of the poison. Long Chen was confident in his body. It could definitely endure this. The only question was whether he could endure the torment of the pain or not. After several breaths, Long Chen was laying on the ground, twitching, but he did his best not to scream or to roll around. Any movements would waste energy. What he needed to do was to focus all his strength on enduring the pain. He couldn't waste any. 20 hours passed before the pain gradually faded. Long Chen was lying there like a dead dog. He rested for 2 incense sticks worth of time before getting up and sitting. The poison has faded. Looks like the antitoxin pills I prepared were for nothing. My body's even stronger than I expected. Long Chen put away a white pill. Afraid of dying, he had prepared this antitoxin pill, but he hadn't needed it in the end. Blazing dragon cauldron, let's continue and refine a few more. Long Chen summoned the blazing dragon cauldron back to his side and started refining the Mandara body tempering pills once more. He took advantage of this time when the poison hadn't been completely expelled from his body to consume another one, multiplying its effect. Normally, people would have to wait until the poison was completely expelled before continuing, or the superimposition of the poison would kill them. But Long Chen found that his body was even stronger than he had expected. In order to let his body get as strong as possible, he had to push it. Only by strengthening his body to the limit would he be able to unleash the full power of his immortal platforms, and only then could he increase his cultivation base without worry. As a result, Long Chen refined one, and then ate one over and over. After 5 Mandara body tempering pills, Long Chen had gone through the same torture 5 times. By this time, his body had already formed a resistance against the Mandara body tempering pill, and it could no longer stimulate his body. Following this, Long Chen drank a mouthful of the divine life elixir, instantly expelling the remaining poison. He immediately felt refreshed, as if every one of his cells had been cleansed. He felt full of power. Letting out a punch, space rumbled and twisted. Long Chen had a feeling that he could destroy heaven and earth. Although that was bragging, he did believe that with the current power of his physical body, he could instantly kill a rank 7 celestial with a punch. He beat his chest a few times, causing loud rumbling to ring out. There was almost a metallic ringing sound echoing throughout the room. I didn't poison myself in vain. Long Chen smiled. He was extremely satisfied with the effect of the Mandara body tempering pill. Whether or not I can advance to the 5th heaven stage will be up to you 3. Long Chen took out the 3 drops of Yuan's spirit divine elixir. He swallowed them into his stomach. Time passed day by day. The 4 nations' ancient remnant was in chaos as the Grand Xia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu's experts were slaughtered. At first, they had all been suspicious of each other. But in the end, one of the experts of the Grand Xia managed to slaughter his way out of the encirclement of his enemies, spreading the news that the Grand Han was slaughtering the other nations' experts, infuriating and shocking them. They all used secret communication methods to gather together. By the time the 3 nations' experts gathered, they found that over half of them had already been killed. The Grand Xia's crown prince, Xia Yunfeng, immediately felt like something was wrong. He brought the remaining elites of the Grand Xia toward the transportation point. You guys go first. I need to search for Yuluo. Xia Yuncheng cared too much about his little sister. He refused to leave the secret gathering point before seeing her. Not only was Xia Yuluo missing, even Long Chen hadn't sent any word. Long Chen was also carrying one of the Grand Xia's jade plates, and as long as he was alive, he should have received word to gather. But in truth, Long Chen was within the inheritance palace, and he was isolated from all news. The jade plate didn't sense anything. Don't cause trouble. The signal was already released, so if they were still alive, they'd have definitely gathered with us. And if they're dead, what's the point of staying behind? Shouted Xia Yunfeng gravely. This is no small matter. Since the Grand Han dares to attack us, the Grand Chu and Grand Zhou at the same time, they clearly started preparing a long time ago. The 4 nations' ancient remnant is just a trap. What we need to do is leave alive. Sacrificing ourselves will only make things worse. Right now, we're surrounded by enemies, and it's very unfavorable for us. It's almost time for the exit to open, so we have to test our luck and see if we can escape before our enemies seal us off. Otherwise, we'll all die. Xia Yuncheng shook his head. I am different from you. You are the crown prince while I'm not. Imperial brother, I respect you, but sorry, I can't listen to you. I must find Yuluo and Long Chen. If they're alive, I want to see them alive, and if they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Xia Yunfeng coldly ordered. Don't be so willful. Right now, I'm using my status as crown prince to order you to leave. Xia Yunfeng and Xia Yuncheng were different. The former relied more on his intelligence than his martial might. As soon as he had learned that the Grand Han's experts were openly slaughtering the other 3 nations' experts, his sharp intuition had told him something was wrong. Since Long Chen and Xia Yuluo hadn't returned, that only meant that they were dead. If even experts on the level of Long Chen and Xia Yuluo hadn't managed to release a distress signal before dying, then their enemies had to be truly terrifying. Either they hadn't had time to release the distress call, or they had felt like releasing the distress call would only cause more people to die with them. Either way, it didn't bode well. Xia Yunfeng was ashen as he furiously scolded Xia Yuncheng. Right now, Xia Yuncheng's actions were foolish in his eyes. Not only were his actions useless, but they would also cause him to forfeit his life. He would then lose any chance of getting revenge for Long Chen and Xia Yuluo. Ha, truly worthy of being the Grand Xia's wise crown prince. Unfortunately, even if you were smarter, you still wouldn't be able to escape my palm. Suddenly, a cold cry rang out. Han Wenjin appeared in the distance along with a group of Grand Han's experts. They numbered 2,800, while the Grand Xia's side had less than 1,000 people now. Bastard, release Yuluo. When Xia Yuncheng saw Han Wenjin holding a maiden in his hand, his eyes almost tore out of their sockets. Chapter 12:18 Despicably Shameless. Translator, born to be. Han Wenjin was holding Xia Yuluo in his hand. Xia Yuluo was pale, her eyes red. There was a red handprint on the corner of her mouth. Blood slowly dripped out of her lips and onto her clothes. She no longer had that arrogant appearance she had before. Seeing this, all the Grand Xia's experts began to burn with killing intent. Release Princess Yuluo or we'll slaughter all of you. This time, even Xia Yunfeng wasn't able to keep his calm. Xia Yuluo had always been the pride of the Grand Xia's people. Everyone adored her and they collectively pampered her. Let alone beating or scolding her, they weren't even willing to say a few harsh words to her. Seeing her bleeding, Xia Yuncheng clenched his teeth. He had an urge to charge forward right now and kill these sanctimonious Grand Hand bastards. Big brother, Xia Yuluo's cultivation base was sealed right now. She looked like her soul had left her body. But when she heard that familiar voice, she opened her eyes. Seeing her brothers, she let out a hoarse cry, tears streaming down her face. She was full of remorse now. When she had encountered Han Wenjun, he had suddenly captured her. At that time, Han Wenjun had revealed his ugly side. She had never imagined that the perfect man she had once worshipped was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. When she asked why he was doing this, his reply made her heart turn to ice. Han Wenjun's goal was strikingly similar to those words Long Chen had said when he had been scolding her. Everything was the Grand Han's sinister scheme. Thinking of how she had once defended Han Wenjun and fought against Long Chen, she almost died of embarrassment. Now she had become a hostage Han Wenjun was using to threaten his people. Xia Yuluo had tried several times to stealthily kill herself, but she hadn't succeeded. Each time she was stopped by Li Wanji. With her cultivation base sealed, she didn't even have the power to commit suicide. Hatred filled her heart. Long Chen had been right. She had felt her life was boring, and so she had made up her own fantasies of the outside world. She had imagined the outside world to be perfect and beautiful, while everything around her was dull. Realizing this now was too late. Looking at the sneering Han Wenjun and the others, for some unknown reason, she suddenly thought of a scoundrel face that always had a naughty smile on it. Han Wenjun, Long Chen definitely won't let you off. With tears in her eyes, she didn't know why, but she didn't cry out her big brother's name, nor did she call out for her father. Instead, she called out Long Chen's name. Perhaps in her mind, that fellow who was never proper but had huge guts was more dependable, more worthy of her trust. Suddenly, Li Wanji slapped her across the face. Slut, shut up. This slap was not only a slap across Xia Yuluo's tender face, but a slap across the Grand Xia's experts' hearts. Die! Xia Yuncheng was the first to roar and charge at Li Wanji. A terrifying pressure erupted into the air, and his undefeatable will locked onto Li Wanji. In that instant, Li Wanji felt herself to be an insignificant ant in the face of an angry lion. She felt like she was about to be torn to pieces the next second. The most terrifying thing was that, when this will locked onto her, she couldn't even form a desire to resist. The only thing she thought to do was to run. Let me experience your undefeatable Tao. Suddenly, one of the three monarchs, Han Bijun, smashed a fist at Xia Yuncheng. Boom! Their fists collided and a powerful windstorm erupted. Han Bijun was shocked as he was sent flying. He was Xia Yuncheng's match. All of you can die. Xia Yuncheng seemed insane. His roar was like thunder, shaking their eardrums. His undefeatable will was crushing their hearts. The Grand Han's experts were all shocked. They had long since heard that the #1 warrior of the Grand Han, Xia Yuncheng, cultivated the undefeatable Tao and was unrivaled in the same realm. Now that they saw it, they finally understood the terror of those who cultivated this Tao. In Xia Yuncheng's fury, he directly summoned his rank 8 celestial manifestation. Within this manifestation was a faint image of a dragon, the support of the dragon vein. Normally, this illusory figure would unleash blinding light. But now, it was faint because its connection to the Grand Xia's dragon vein had been severed. I want to try it as well. Seeing that Han Bijun was unable to stop him, Han Kijun joined in. Both of them unleashed their manifestations which had dragon images in them as well. The three of them fought intensely while everyone else backed up, shocked by their power. They were shocked to find that even Han Bijun and Han Kijun were still forced to fall back by Xia Yuncheng. Imperial brother, let's go kill them. One of the other Grand Xia's princes couldn't help but stealthily give a suggestion to Xia Yunfeng. We can't, Yuluo is in their hands, our hands are tied. Xia Yunfeng's head was rapidly working as he tried to come up with a solution, but he couldn't. There was one question he didn't know the answer to. The Grand Han clearly wasn't strong enough, so how could they dare to fearlessly sneak attack the other 3 nations? If Xia Yuluo wasn't in their hands and their two sides were to fight right at this moment, the Grand Hand wouldn't be able to get any advantage over them. That was what made him the most uneasy. Rising Dragon Fist. Suddenly, the roaring of a dragon could be heard. Xia Yunchang's fist unleashed an illusory dragon that sent Han Kijun and Han Bijun flying. They were both shocked. The two of them were also supported by their dragon vein, and they were also rank 8 celestials. But even working together, they were not Xia Yunchang's match. Xia Yunchang was like an angry lion, unleashing boundless killing intent. Standing in the air, he was like an undefeatable battle god, looking down on all of them. He once more let out a punch. Just at this moment, Li Wanji flew in front of the two of them. It wasn't that she was powerful enough to block Xia Yunchang, but that she held a protective talisman in her hand. Xia Yunchang hastily retracted his fist and retreated, glaring at Li Wanji. His killing intent was soaring. Li Wanji was holding Xia Yuluo's neck. Xia Yuluo wanted to struggle, but she was powerless to do so with her cultivation base sealed. She could only be carried by Li Wanji. A clapping sound rang out and Han Wenjin walked out praising, truly worthy of being the Grand Xia's undefeatable Dao warrior. This kind of combat power is admirable. However, you might have your undefeatable Dao, but I have my own undefeatable card. I wonder which one of them is truly undefeatable. Kneel. Han Wenjin stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Xia Yunchang coldly. Li Wanji tightened her hand over Xia Yuluo's neck, indenting it. But Xia Yuluo didn't make a sound. Not even her body twitched. She knew if she expressed any pain, it would only make things harder on Xia Yunchang and the others. Seeing Xia Yuluo being humiliated like this caused Xia Yunchang and the others' eyes to almost tear out of their sockets. Xia Yuluo was the Grand Xia's princess, and she had never suffered such a thing before. All of the Grand Xia's experts wanted to tear Li Wanji apart. Li Wanji simply sneered at them. Xia Yunchang, are you deaf? Kneel. Or do you want your little sister to die right in front of you? Xia Yunchang trembled from rage, but looking at Xia Yuluo caught in Li Wanji's hand, he finally slowly lowered himself. Yunchang do, you cultivate the undefeatable Dao. If you submit to others, your Dao heart will be destroyed, roared Xia Yunfeng furiously. Cultivating the undefeatable Dao required maintaining an undefeatable Dao heart. If the Dao heart was fractured, their cultivation base would forever stop advancing. They would be crippled. Li Wanji, Han Wenjin, and the others coldly stared at Xia Yunchang. Seeing that his whole body was trembling, they smiled. Don't. Xia Yuluo did her best to shout, but Li Wanji increased the force in her hand, causing Xia Yuluo to cough up blood. Stop, Xia Yunchang roared, his voice full of killing intent. He looked like his eyes were about to bleed. In front of everyone, Xia Yunchang really knelt on the ground. The Grand Xia's experts felt their hearts breaking. A generation's undefeatable Dao cultivator was crippled just like this. Ha 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 ha. Han Wenjin, Han Bijun, Han Kijun, Li Wanji, and the other Grand Hands experts all laughed, their laughter full of derision and mocking. Undefeatable Dao, what dogshit, didn't he still kneel in front of my Grand Hands experts? The Grand Xia's people are all pigs. For them to be called one of the 4 ancient nations, along with my Grand Han, is truly an insult. Do you know? The Grand Zhou and Grand Chu's experts have already been annihilated. Only your Grand Xia remains. What are you all waiting for? Don't you think it's time for you to kneel and beg for mercy? The Grand Han side laughed, but their words caused the Grand Xia's experts' hearts to shake. The Grand Zhou and Grand Chu's experts had all been annihilated. This news caused Xia Yunfeng's expression to change. It meant that Grand Han truly did have some unknown trump card. Xia Yunfeng, what are you waiting for? Don't you think you should take the lead to bring your people to kneel before my Grand Han's princes? Perhaps they'll be nice and let you live out the rest of your dog lives, said Li Wanji. Xia Yunfeng took a deep breath. He shook his head. Since things have progressed to here, there's no need to say more. I admit that your Grand Han wins this game of chess. However, don't get too pleased. After winning this match, we'll see how your Grand Han survives the fury of the Grand Xia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou. Warriors of the Grand Xia, we've fallen into a trap. We probably won't be able to get out alive. But if I, Xia Yunfeng, can fight until my last breath with all of you, my brothers, then I have no regrets left. Brothers, take out your weapons. We fight. Kill. The Grand Xia's experts erupted into a heaven-shaking roar and charged at the Grand Han's experts. Li Wanji sneered. She slowly raised Xia Yuluo. As long as anyone approached, she would kill her first. Long Chen, will I never see you again? Xia Yuluo closed her eyes and awaited her death, but she had one regret. She would never be able to see that face again. Xia Yunchang had no way to resist. He would only be able to watch as his little sister died in front of him. He was full of killing intent. He was simply waiting for Xia Yuluo to die. Then, he would kill every single one of them as retribution. Suddenly, a black object shot over like a black shooting star. Chapter 12:19, Smashed to Death by a Pot. Translator, Born to Be. The black object shot over without any pressure. Only once it was close did they sense a change in the air behind them. A black shooting star pierced through the air at incredible speed. They had only just managed to see the black object when it smashed into the back of Li Wanji's head. Li Wanji was holding Xia Yuluo's neck and sneering at Xia Yunchang and the others, just waiting for them to get close before killing her so the Grand Xia's people would see their princess die. However, she had no idea that something was flying toward her. The black object smashed into her head, instantly blowing it up and annihilating her soul. It happened so suddenly that no one could react at all. Even the Grand Hand's side hadn't had a chance to warn Li Wanji before she was killed. The Grand Xia side was also caught off guard by this sudden change, and they paused their attack. They saw the black object fall to the ground after killing Li Wanji. It spun around a few times. A black pot. No one could believe what the murder weapon was, but it really was a black pot. Yes, it was a very, very black pot, and whoever had sent it flying over was also very black-hearted. They had instantly killed a rank 8 celestial. The black pot looked completely unremarkable. It seemed like it had been made of regular iron. It had no runes, it had no pressure, but it had killed a rank 8 celestial. Kill Xia Yuluo. Han Wenjun was the first to react. Xia Yunchang had already started flying over to Xia Yuluo. She was currently falling with Li Wanji's headless corpse. At this moment, the closest one to Xia Yuluo, Han Bijun, shot after her. He had made the decision not to kill Xia Yuluo. Instead, he grabbed her neck, wanting to continue using her as a hostage. Fuck your mother, pal. Just at this moment, a large hand came from an inconceivable angle and viciously slapped across Han Bijun's face. The immense force directly caused Han Bijun to explode. Bloody mist filled the air, and his soul was exterminated as well. A new figure appeared where he had been. Long Chen. The Grand Xia and Grand Hand's sides let out startled cries, but the Grand Xia's startled cries were delighted, while the Grand Hand's ones were stunned. He had killed 2 rank 8 celestials right at the start. Just how domineering was that? He instantly shocked everyone here. Long Chen reached out and grabbed Xia Yuluo. He saw the injuries to her face. She looked incredibly miserable, especially with the clear handprint. Sorry I was late, said Long Chen. As soon as Long Chen had left seclusion, he sensed that things had progressed to an extremely urgent point, and he had rushed over as fast as he could. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. I knew you would come. I knew it. Xia Yuluo wailed into Long Chen's embrace, her voice so hoarse that it caused Long Chen pain. All right, that's enough. You have to steel yourself. It's not over yet. There's still going to be a bitter battle ahead. Long Chen gently rubbed Xia Yuluo's back. His spiritual yuan poured into her body, undoing the seal to her cultivation base. He also gave her a recovery pill. Brother Long, you've returned. Excellent. Seeing that Xia Yuluo had been saved, Xia Yunfeng's voice was choked with sobs. In his heart, his little sister's life was more important than his. Sorry for the delay, you should prepare yourself. The real battle starts now. Long Chen handed Xia Yuluo to Xia Yunfeng. Picking up the pot, he flew into the air, Bloodrinker resting on his shoulder and killing intent soaring out of him. Idiots from the Bloodkill Hall, Ancient Races, and Pill Tower, weren't you just waiting for me to throw myself into your net? Well, I, Long Chen, have already arrived, so come out and face your deaths. Long Chen's shout shook the 9 heavens. Terrifying auras began to rise in all directions. Dozens of figures appeared, surrounding everyone. Seeing these people, Xia Yunfeng, Xia Yunchang, and the others' expressions completely changed. Now they finally knew what the Grand Hand was relying on. There were over 80 newcomers. 5 of them were rank 8 celestials, 27 were rank 7 celestials, and the rest were all rank 6 celestials. The most shocking thing to Xia Yunchang was that the 5 rank 8 celestials all possessed incredibly terrifying auras, like immovable mountains. He suddenly felt a feeling that he couldn't possibly defeat them. When this feeling arose in his heart, Xia Yunchang felt a bit of sadness. He had never had this kind of feeling when facing someone in the same realm as him. He knew that his Tao heart had been destroyed. But he didn't regret it. If he hadn't knelt and managed to stall, Long Chen wouldn't have gotten back in time to save his little sister. Long Chen, let's see where you run this time. The twin Bloodco Hall assassins icily stared at Long Chen. Clearly, the fact that they hadn't killed Long Chen last time was their own carelessness. Now, they would definitely kill him to win back their face. Idiot, was I the one to run last time, said Long Chen. The two of them had no way to reply to that, as last time they had truly been the ones to flee. If the ancient race experts hadn't come in time, they might already be dead. Long Chen, you've repeatedly offended the ancient races. Today, the four nations' ancient remnant will be your burial ground, said the giant eagle race expert. His eyes glinted coldly, and light blossomed from his body. At the same time, the elephant race and tiger race experts began to gather their auras, ready for battle. The three ancient race experts' auras rose, while the twin Bloodco Hall assassins had already raised their swords. Terrifying auras locked onto Long Chen. Long Chen looked over the five of them. His hair and black robes gently blew in the wind. He told the grave Zia Yunchang, leave the five of them to me. Do your best to lead the Grand Zia's men to cut down the remaining fellows. Hearing this, the Grand Zia's experts were all shocked. Although they weren't rank 8 Celestials, they were still elites. They could clearly sense just how terrifying each of those people was. They could not be compared to Li Wanji or Han Bijan or the like. They were true experts, but Long Chen wanted to fight them 1 against 5. Brother Long, let us brothers fight shoulder to shoulder today against these powerful enemies, said Zia Yunchang. He knew that any one of these 5 could kill him. That wasn't entirely just because he had lost his undefeatable Tao. This was his intuition based on his immense experience. He had already given up any hope of leaving here alive. He simply wanted to fight and die alongside Long Chen. His only hope was that he would be able to last long enough that Zia Yuluo could escape. Powerful enemies. They aren't fit to be called that. Don't worry, I'm not going to be some hero who dies for others. My life is quite precious. I still have so many lovers and hot-blooded brothers waiting for me to return home. There's no need to say any more. Take care of that little bastard Han Wenjun. He's not the old Han Wenjun any longer, so don't be careless. Divine Ring, 4-star battle armor. Boom! It was like a volcano had erupted from within Long Chen's body. A pillar of qi soared into the sky. What stunned Zia Yunchang and the others was that, in that instant, they were blown back just by his aura. As the divine ring revolved, heaven and earth trembled intensely, as if the world couldn't bear Long Chen's power. What? His power has risen to such a terrifying level. The twin assassins were shocked. After fighting Long Chen, they were completely clear on his power. Although he was powerful, he wasn't their match. If Long Chen hadn't used the arm protector and boots to unleash a sudden counterattack, they definitely would have had the power to kill him. No, that's wrong. Last time his cultivation base was at the 4th heaven stage, and now he's at the 5th heaven stage. But how could one minor realm advancement cause such a huge difference? Cried the twin assassins. What they didn't know was that Long Chen's cultivation base hadn't just advanced to the 5th heaven stage because of the 3 drops of Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. His physical body had also strengthened a great deal, thanks to the Mandara body tempering pills. The current Long Chen was capable of using all 108,000 immortal platforms in his body to their full effect. Now he had 4 Qi Cs and 108,000 immortal platforms giving him endless energy. Long Chen's aura continued to erupt. It felt like he had been stifled for too long, and so he was doing his best to release it all. As his aura rose, the ground began to explode. The pillar of Qi transformed into a coiling dragon charging through the clouds. Cracks spread far into the distance on the ground. Long Chen was like a battle god slowly releasing his power. As his power was revealed, it felt like the world couldn't contain him. In truth, Long Chen had no choice but to slowly release his power. As he didn't know whether his body could handle his full power, he could only take things step by step. By the time he had fully released his power, heaven and earth were shaking. Shortly after, that manifestation vanished and the rumbling world returned to calm, replaced by an indescribably dense murderous aura in the air. Right now, Long Chen was full of confidence. His body was finally able to bear his power. Just at this moment, a sword silently stabbed toward Long Chen's back without any warning.